then we will now allow you to proceed to produce in bulk. Okay?
Yes.
We haven't certified you. Yeah? Remember, we haven't certified you.
Yes.
We will now allow you to produce in bulk now. When if your first basically production, and while you are producing, you will call the KEBS people. They will come to the factory. They will look at your factory.
Yes.
They will do a review of your factory, do a couple of things to make sure that whatever you are doing meets the standard, the requirements of the standard. Because the requirements of the standard do not just stop at the product. They also extend to your manufacturing practice. How have you set up your plant, your factory, for example, that you are manufacturing? Where is it located?
Yes.
If it's food, for example, have you met all other requirements, yeah, for manufacturing food that have been set, say, by the Ministry of Health or by the Department of Veterinary Services or by other regulatory agencies in the country? Once they are satisfied that you've met all those conditions, then they will pick a sample from your production line.
Okay.
Yeah?
Just any sample?
Any sample, random sample from your production line. These are qualified people, experienced people, they know what to do.
Yes.
Are quality assurance inspectors. They will then bring that sample to KEBS, and we will test that sample. If it meets the requirements of the standard, we will then give you a permit to continue manufacturing.
Interesting.
And selling to the public.
What if it's the otherwise?
If it fails, we will tell you you cannot sell this product in this country.
Wow.
But we know that you've put money
Yes.
into setting up your factory. So we will work with you. We will tell you what you need to do so that you can meet the requirements of the standard.
Excellent.
Having tested, we obviously know where the gaps are, and we will share those gaps with you. And we will tell you, go back and reformulate your product. Yeah, we will come back and pick more samples, and once we are satisfied that there is consistency in quality, because consistency in quality is important. Yes. You must demonstrate that you can sustain the quality of the product that you are producing. Then we will give you a permit.
Okay.
And it doesn't stop there. At this stage now,
yes,
we have enrolled you into our scheme of service. Yeah?
Yes.
Doesn't stop there. We will then agree with you, depending on the risk profile of the product, that we will be visiting you, say quarterly or even monthly if it's a very high risk product, half yearly or annually. Yeah? But we don't tell you when we are coming to your factory.
Just
yeah? Within that quarter, we just show up, pick samples from the production line, check to make sure that what we saw the first time we visited your factory is in place and working well, and come and test the sample. If there is consistency in the results with what we had seen before, then you continue producing. We don't interfere with your business. If for some reason there is inconsistency and the product fails, then we will tell you to stop production until you meet the requirements of the standard.
okay.
At this time now, you become a high-risk manufacturer, and we might increase the frequency of our visits to your factory. That's how we do certification, product certification. When it comes to imported goods,
Yes.
what we do is we've put in place what we call a PFOC program. This is a pre-export conformity, yeah, certificate of conformity,
Yes.
Conformity assessment, which is done at the point of origin of the product, because we do not want substandard products to get into the country. We want these stopped before they are exported into the country.
Okay.
So we've appointed various inspectors in all countries in the world who do conformity assessments on behalf of KEBS.
Wow.
In some countries, we have about 4 of them. In some countries where we don't have a big business in terms of volume, we've got 1. And generally, the 4 of them cover the whole world. This is SGS, Intertech, PV, and CCIC.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Those are the 4. If you go to China, you'll find all the 4 present. If you come to some other smaller countries, you'll find probably 1 or 2. But at the moment, because we've now, since November last year, December, to be very specific, last year, the government decided that all products, yeah, will be covered under the PFOC program. We are in the process of reviewing to increase the number of inspectors. We are not going to introduce new people.
Yes.
We are simply going to reallocate those that we have.
Okay.
Yeah. If there were two, we probably will add one to make sure that whoever is importing products into this country is not inconvenienced.
Okay.
So that PFOC program then provides the certification for the goods that we need. When these goods get to Mombasa, we do what we call random sampling for products that come with a COC, a certificate of conformity.
Yes.
Yeah, we do what it appears like random sampling,
Yeah.
but it's actually informed by science, because we do statistics, and if you've been importing products into the country that are substandard, you are actually a high risk importer. So the frequency of sampling for products that you bring into this country is much higher compared to somebody whose products have consistently been passing. And if we find that the product doesn't meet our specifications, we will seize the product. These are the products that we seize and we go and destroy, because it's already in the country.
Yes, yes.
Unless the importer is willing to re-export the product, in which case we have no problem. He or she can take it back to wherever they got that product from. So that is how we ensure that products entering the country are certified. Now, if you come without a certificate of conformity, we do what we call destination inspection at Mombasa. But it's very expensive.
Yes.
Number one, you will pay KEBS 15% of the CIF cost,
Okay.
because you've chosen to come without a COC.
Yeah, yeah.
And we are trying to make sure that people do inspection at the point of supply, at the point of origin. But if you choose to come, there's a penalty that you pay. We have to test your goods before they are cleared. So chances that demurrage at the port of Mombasa will kick in are high, depending on how long it takes to test your goods.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are encouraging people to actually ensure that their goods are inspected out there
At the point of origin.
at the point of origin before they come. And when they come with the COC, hakuna maneno, the goods just come into the country.
Okay.
Yeah, except for these interventions that we do
Yeah.
when we are doing sampling to ensure that what our inspectors out there have told us is indeed what has come into the country.
Now you realize your job mainly involves a lot of personnel, and in this country, to be precise, and in this day and age, there are a lot of impersonators. So how exactly, if I have a manufacturing plant, how exactly can I be able to verify if indeed this is somebody who's coming from Kenya Bureau of Standards? Is there a criteria that I can be able to identify them?
Thank you very much. It's true that we've seen people who are impersonating KEBS staff. In the recent past, in fact, in the last 2 weeks, we've seen 3 cases where people are impersonating KEBS staff. The worst part of it is that they are accompanied by the police. That's the worst part of it.
Okay.
They are accompanied by the police. And they normally visit business premises. These are rent seekers, basically. They probably have no idea what inspection is all about,
Yes.
or quality assurance is all about. But although they have been accompanied by the police, again, whenever we report, the police, certain arms of the police have been very useful. Because if police are involved, you can imagine that they don't want this. It's certain individuals, yeah? And in some cases, these guys go to the police and probably cheat them. They are from KEBS.
Yeah,
So the police might be doing this innocently at the same time without really realizing. So it's very important for even the police to confirm that these are KEBS employees. And this is how the police will confirm. Number one, a KEBS employee will always carry a KEBS ID when they are going out there for inspection. They must have a KEBS ID.
Okay.
In addition, we have told them to carry their national ID. So the details on the KEBS ID, the details on the national ID have to tie.
Okay.
Now, the KEBS ID has a personal number. KEBS ID has a personal number.
Yes.
That number is important for the 3rd stage of verification. And we are asking the manufacturers or the shopkeepers or retailers or wholesalers who are approached to send a short SMS to KEBS. And the number they send this to is 20023. 20023. HR hash
and then the
staff number.
And the staff number should be the number in the identification in the staff ID.
In the staff ID.
Okay.
In the staff ID. If you send this message, we will respond very quickly within 3 or 4 seconds. And the message will come back, and it will tell you that the number, the owner of this number is, say, Charles Ongwae.
Yes.
He is the managing director of Kenya Bureau of Standards. His ID number is XXYZ. He is a current employee. Yeah? I.e., he is still working for KEBS. Now, with all those 3 steps,
yes,
then you know that the people talking to you are KEBS employees and genuine employees. And then you can let them do their work. KEBS employees do not harass manufacturers. Yeah? We've told our people that if we find them demanding bribes, that is ground for firing.
Wow.
Yeah? That's ground for firing.
Yes.
And we're asking manufacturers not to pay bribes anyway. Why should they pay bribes?
Excellent. Now, I'm sure you're learning something. Probably if there's somebody who's come to your company or maybe to your place of work and you have any questions in regards to whether they are genuine personnel from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, it's very simple. What you have to do is send a short message, that is an SMS, to 20023, and you'll get a response within 3 or 5 seconds, which is very efficient. I have to say this is a fast one from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We take a short break, but we'll be back in just a heartbeat.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Welcome back. You're definitely watching Parastatal TV. This is Frontline. I am your host PK Wanjiro, and today my guest is none other than the Kenya Bureau of Standards Managing Director, Mr. Charles Ongwae. Learning a lot, and I'm sure you're learning something. And to move us to our next point, because there's something that I would want to find out. Now, KEBS is ISO 9001:2015 certified. I would want you to tell us more about that and how exactly is it going to be a game changer rather to the Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Thank you very much. First, what is ISO 9001? Yeah, I have already told you that a standard is a set of requirements,
yes,
a set of rules.
Yes.
So ISO 9001 is basically requirements for a quality management system. Yeah, that is what it is. These are requirements for a quality management system. So if you have a process in place, whether it's in service industry or manufacturing, you must have a quality management system in place. And these are the requirements of that system. This standard was first launched in 1987 and then revised in 2008. That's why until last year, people used to talk about ISO 9001:2008 because it was revised in 2008. Then in 2015, there were further revisions into this standard. And today, we talk about ISO 9001:2015. So we are talking about the 2015 version.
Okay.
A quality management system basically ensures that whatever you are doing is sustainable. Whatever you are doing is consistent. And therefore, because we are a standards body, we want to demonstrate that we must be the first ones to be certified. Yeah? Before we ask other people to get certified. Yeah. So we are certified by the British Standards Institute, BSI. That is the body that certifies us. Yeah. And then we can now certify others. Because we know the benefits of ISO 9001:2015. We are not preaching water and drinking wine. No. We are preaching what we drink.
Yes.
Yeah? The same stuff. Yeah? And we want people to implement 9001:2015. Obviously, there is a transition period because people were certified to 2008,
yes.
and you are certified for a period of 3 years. There are certainly people who are certified last year for a period of 3 years that runs into 2019 or thereabout. And that is the transition that we have in place, a 3-year transition up to 2018, basically, when all of us have to transit from 9001 2008 to 9001 2015. It's about consistency. It's about sustainability.
Yes.
It's about quality of whatever it is that you are producing.
Excellent.
That's what ISO 9001 is about.
Okay.
And that's why we are calling upon all manufacturers to be certified
Yes.
to this standard. Because then they are telling their customers that our product is consistent, because we have a quality management system in place that ensures that everything we do is consistent, meets the rules, and we are okay. Yeah, and comparable to the best in the market. Yeah.
Now, KEBS is the ultimate facilitator of trade, and I would want you to take us through some of the steps that you're taking to ensure that that is met, that KEBS still maintains the top quality of being the ultimate facilitator of trade in the country.
Thank you very much. And this is one contribution from KEBS that other than people in business, manufacturing particularly, other people do not appreciate. Yeah? The whole essence of developing standards, the whole essence of making sure that our standards meet international requirements is so that we can facilitate trade. Is so that a product that is manufactured in this country that meets this standard can be sold anywhere in the world. Yeah? Because they meet these standards.
Yes.
We enforce these standards today in this country so that there is a level playing field, there is a level playing ground, so that when products come into the market, we make sure that people do not take shortcuts, that everybody follows the same process, the same rules. Yeah? And if there is a price advantage or a cost advantage, yeah, it's down to the efficiency of the manufacturer.
Okay.
Yeah? And these efficiencies of the manufacturer will come from things like implementing ISO 9001. Yeah? You know? It will come from implementing other standards
Yes.
in the production process. And by the way, standards have been shown to reduce costs.
True.
Yeah? Yeah, standards, if properly implemented, standards have been shown to reduce costs. Standards have been shown to make manufacturers a lot more efficient in their production processes. Number 2, we actively participate in bilateral and multilateral discussions and negotiations. Because standards can actually be used as non-trade barriers, non-technical barriers, as non-technical barriers. And we want to make sure that wherever these discussions take place, yeah, we are involved because we understand what role standards play in trade.
Yes.
And therefore people do not use standards as barriers. For example, to stop Kenyan products from getting to their markets. We also work very closely with WTO. And as a matter of fact, we are the contact point.
Okay.
So if you want a system where all these things are posted, yeah, trade barriers, NTBs, TBs, all these things,
Yes.
where they are posted, yeah, you'll find them at KEBS in this country today because we are the contact point in this country. Yeah, and that's how we facilitate trade. When it comes to food products,
Yes.
yeah, in terms of facilitating trade, KEBS today is a member of ISO, the International Standards Organization.
Yes.
We are a member of IEC, yeah, the International Electrotechnical Commission, which manufactures, which develops technical standards for engineering type stuff, electrical type stuff, and the rest. We are a member of Codex, Alimentarius Commission, which develops standards for food, yeah, and related products.
Now, definitely, just before we draw to a conclusion, I'd want to know what's the future like, if you can share with us. As the managing director, where do you see KEBS probably in the next few years?
KEBS is one of the most important agencies in this country. This is one agency that will make a big difference in the lives of the Kenyan people, and continues to make that difference today. We make sure that the products people use at home, whether it's food or other products, meet the standards.
Yes.
And when products meet the standard, it means that we've taken into account that they are safe for consumers to use, and thus protecting the health of the people. We make sure that they are safe in terms of protecting our environment, and thus making sure that our environment is protected. And therefore, going forward, this is one organization that will make a big difference. The more resources that are put into KEBS will definitely translate into economic growth.
Okay.
I have been looking very closely at, for example, the US. The National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Yes.
Yeah, is one of their standards bodies. You know, the US have about 3 standards bodies doing different things.
Yes.
It's one of their standards bodies. This particular body is responsible for almost all the innovations that you are seeing in the US. Even when guys are going to the moon, yeah, there's a quality check that is done.
Yes.
It's done by these guys. Yeah,
Yes.
all those high-tech products are done by these guys before they go into the market. Yeah, and they and those kind of bodies are extremely well funded. Yeah, extremely well funded.
Yes.
And that's how you drive innovation. People think that standards basically prevent or stop or curtail or whatever it is when it comes to innovation.
Yes.
Properly used, standards actually drive innovation. Yeah, standards actually drive innovation.
Okay.
So the future for KEBS is bright. Yeah, and I expect KEBS to play a much bigger role in the economic development of this country. I expect KEBS to play a much bigger role in protecting the safety and health of our Kenyan people.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. What would be your parting shot? That's your camera. I would want you to speak to Kenyans and tell them what they should expect of KEBS, and what would be your parting shot, sir?
One of the things I have not spoken about is how the customer can verify that a product they are buying from a supermarket has been certified by KEBS or not. I am appealing to customers to buy products that have been certified by KEBS. If there is a product out there that is not been certified by KEBS, that product is probably a counterfeit, that product is probably substandard, and that product is probably not good for your health and safety, and therefore don't buy it. How do you verify that this product has been certified by KEBS? There is an SMS platform that we have put in place that you can use. You send an SMS to 20023. The message is SM hash and the name of the product. And within 3 to 5 seconds, you will get a message back telling you whether that product has been certified by KEBS or not. If the Kenyan consumer cooperates with us, we will get rid of substandard goods in this country. It's you consumers who are buying substandard goods. Sometimes you know it, sometimes you don't know it. You must not be guided by price and price alone. Price is misleading. The lower the price, probably the higher the probability that that product is fake.
Right. Now, there you go. You've heard it from the gentleman himself, the Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, that is Mr. Charles Ongwae, and you've been urged as members of the public, they need your help, because at the end of the day, what they do is to make sure that no counterfeit goods are in the market, goods that you and I use. And it's very simple for you to find out and to verify if the product that you're purchasing has indeed been certified by KEBS. It's very simple. What you need to do is send us an SMS to 20023, that is 20023, and the SMS, the feedback that you get should start with SM #. If you would love to verify whether the person that you're dealing with is a genuine personnel from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, what you need to do is send a special SMS to 20023 and you will get a feedback as well. We are also going to be sharing the same on our social media platforms. Thank you so much, and I'm so sure that you've learned something. Till next time, I have been your host, PK Wanjiro. This has been Frontline. Do have a lovely evening. God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
I think it's a good move.
It's a new concept which will actually bring out the story of government.
It's a mouthpiece.
I'm glad you're joining this army of CC fly eradication in Africa.
It's a welcome idea. It's an idea whose time has come.
Without exaggerations or without actually putting more salt or more sugar, I might say you guys, you are on the right track.
Nobody has ever covered us with what we do. What we get mostly, we get stones thrown at us, what we haven't done, and nobody really looks at what we have done.
Anytime one talks about government, especially in the media, is about the negatives. And truly speaking, is that there's always the positive side of government, which is never highlighted.
Most of the media, actually, and that's most of the cases we have had here, that every time they come and cover, they go and give the wrong feedback or the negative feedback.
Please be part of us. Please help us to disseminate this information so that Africa can be free from this primitive scourge.
Parastatal TV will go a long way to give it that positive story.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Hello and thank you for tuning in to your #1 TV station, Parastatal TV. I am Mogore Kamau. We are coming to you from KICC Nairobi, where the first BuildCon 2015 Expo is taking place. We will be bringing you these happenings with my co-host, Wycliffe Siko.
Yes, indeed, it is the first ever BuildCon Expo to be done in Kenya. And of course, we have a lineup of international inventors who are here to showcase their innovation. Come with us.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning to you once again. It's always a pleasure to address a gathering of the industry valued stakeholders, and I appreciate Buildcon Expo for according me this opportunity. The National Construction Authority, in the unlikely event that you haven't heard of us, is the state agency mandated to oversee the construction industry and coordinate its development. The onus falls on us to take construction in the country to the next level when it comes to quality, safety, professionalism, and other standards of excellence. The climate in the sector at the moment, while thriving in terms of growth and investment, is hostile towards regulation. Having witnessed a number of structural collapses this year alone, it is disheartening to see the loss of lives and resources enabled by gross disregard of statutory and other regulatory requirements. Fact is, there is no structure issued with a compliance certificate by the National Construction Authority that has collapsed. Our quality assurance officers ensure that before any site is deemed compliant, there is a registered contractor on site, the project itself is registered with the authority, workers on site are accredited and are wearing personal protective gear there, and there are also safety signs on site so that sufficient hoarding is around the site, and there are prominent site signboards displaying all the relevant professionals and statutory approvals. Ladies and gentlemen, the authority is working tirelessly in partnership with county governments and agencies such as the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, professional bodies to enforce compliance on the ground. We urge all our stakeholders to be diligent and to adhere to the ethos of professionalism as they do their best in construction. It is forums such as these that will enable the furtherance of our mandate through progressive discourse. The industry continues to grow by leaps and bounds, and today's event is a statement that supports this fact. Buildcon Expo has already established itself as East Africa's premier show for building industrial professionals, and on behalf of the National Construction Authority, I welcome such a platform that is sure to thrust the Kenyan and East African markets at a large into the promising future. To the sponsors, to the exhibitors, and to the participants, I wish you all a warm welcome, and I wish you all a successful event. In this day and age, creativity and innovation is what we should be speaking about. And I think anybody who doesn't come to a forum like this is actually burying their head in the sand in relation to how we would like to advance in the construction industry. With those very many words, let me officially declare this exhibition officially open. Thank you very much.
Here, I had the honor and privilege as the chairman of the National Construction Authority to come and open the Buildcon lift and escalators expo. We're talking about an innovative sector which is highly specialized. If you look at our new constitution right now, we are supposed to take care of not just the abled but even the differently abled. And our building regulations talk about any building that is more than 4 stories should have a lift. And there's always been a lot of hue and cry. What are we going to do about the buildings that are already existing and do not have lifts? I've always said that if you're designing a building, design it for everybody. So I'll not even really talk about lifts just being provided for buildings of 4 stories and above, but any building that has more than 1 story, you want everybody to be able to use it, whether they are on a wheelchair, whether they are on crutches. Now, why have we come here? We've come here to see the showcase of what is happening right now in the built and natural environment. What are the best practices in terms of lift design, in terms of escalators? There's always about a lift. How fast does that lift transport the passengers or the users from ground floor to the 5th floor? How can it be done comfortably so that you don't have a scenario where those who are in the lift are getting what we call lift sick, like the way you have people who get car sick? We also want to look at what is the maintenance, because a lot of buildings we have a lift, it is installed, it works very well for the first 6 months, and then after that it breaks down. So the essence of after sales value is also something that we are looking at and we are expecting from the exhibitors here. So for all those right now, because you know the construction industry right now is producing about 7% of the GDP, and we are trying to find a way of all those developers and stakeholders who are involved in construction to start thinking outside the box, to start coming and visiting such expos so that they can get information and know how best they can provide lift services and escalators to their buildings.
Yes, I'm standing here at the Vox Lift exhibition and I'm joined by the senior manager who will tell us more about this company. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Tell us more about the Vox Lift company.
Okay. At first, my name is Helmut Völlmer. I'm from Germany. And Volkslift is a Chinese-German joint venture company. The production base is, the factory is in China, located nearby Shanghai. And engineering is German. Volkslift in Germany has a long history, more than 80 years. Started with the name Franz Baumgartner. At first produced relay, controller system and other safety parts for elevator. And in 2003 we set up this kind of joint venture in China.
Do you have office in Kenya, or if Kenyans wants to reach out to you, your services, how can they get access to you people?
Okay. Now we start a business in Kenya together with Mr. Majid, our future partner here. He will set up an office for installation and for maintenance, which is very important. If you have an elevator, you need a good team for the installation and also later for the service. Yeah? Without service, no elevator. It's very important.
How many countries are you serving?
Oh, we are active now in Southeast Asian countries a lot. For example, Indonesia, Thailand, Bangladesh. Then we have agents in Middle East, Egypt, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Iran. We have agents in Kazakhstan, in Russia, so in many countries in the world. Now we want to step into the market in the center of Africa.
Thank you very much. You've heard it for yourself, and it's my pleasure to connect you to Carol Mugure, who is in the next stall, who will tell you more about what is happening in the next stall.
Thank you so much, Siko. I am now here at the IFE stand with Mr. Austin, the assistant manager working with IFE. So what does IFE do?
IFE is an elevator company from China, but we have the local office right here in Nairobi, Kenya. We do the normally for the elevator, escalator, and moving walk for provide the transport system and solution to people. People with the elevator, they no need to climb the stairs. They will be easy for their work and their living. We want to improve their living by providing our equipment.
I see to my left, I see like you guys have worked with a lot of countries. Could you tell us more about the projects?
Yes, this is some of our project samples all over the world. This one is the Singapore HDB project. We have supplied 5,000 units elevator to this project. This Singapore government project, this very strict standard. So based on Singapore market, then we reject our market to all over the world. And looking at this, that is our market and the project in Asia, Malaysia, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Australia, and the Middle East. So we have actually so many projects all over the world. So this is just of some of our successful one. So yes.
I don't see any Kenyan projects. Do you have any?
Yes, because we just starting to enter the Kenyan market this year. We have our local office here already. We confirmed several projects in Kenya, but not yet completed. So hopefully next year you can visit our project in Kenya, Nairobi.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Wycliffe Siko.
Thank you very much, Mogure Kamau. And of course, I'm standing here at the Hyundai elevator, and we just want to see how unique and different this lift is from the rest that we're having around Nairobi town. And of course, I'm joined by Mr. Min, who is the regional manager of this company, and he'll tell us more about this innovation. Hello, sir.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Tell us more about Hyundai and of course the lift we are seeing here.
Okay, so let me open this elevator first.
Yes.
I want to open this elevator with a foot button. Yes. So if you are carrying a big bag, you don't have any finger to press the button. In that case, you can use your foot to open the elevator.
How is that possible?
So you have a sensor underneath. So if you have a sensor, you open the elevator. If you are carrying a big bag, you don't have to worry about opening the elevator, but you can just put your finger under the sensor and it opens automatically. Let's go inside.
Okay.
So I wanted to bring this elevator and show to Kenyan customers. And I want to introduce our prestige and luxury elevator in the Kenyan market.
Okay. You said you carried this lift all the way from
Korea to Nairobi.
How much was that?
We paid $7,000 for the airplane cost.
Just to bring it?
Just to bring this cage. We are now very active in the Nairobi market. Yes. And we are actually installing the tallest residential building in Nairobi, which is nearly 30 floors. So now we are very active and we want to expand our business in the Kenya market, and sure I will do with better products and prestigious products.
Now take me through how the differences that are there compared to other lifts.
Okay, basically what you see is very different to the ordinary elevators, of course. Ordinary elevator is just a stainless steel, silver, but here you have some interiors. Of course, you can have any interiors you want, but this is a standard interior design. So without paying extra cost, you can have this luxury interior. Not only that, you have a corner wall so that you feel more comfortable inside the elevator. Also, you have a super slim ceiling, so you have more space above your head. Not only that, you have the smart indicator, which is what's called. So you have all the date information, also the CCTV information. Also, it has an air cleaning system, automatic air cleaning system. So whenever you get in the elevator, you have a fresh air. Also, the handrail is made of antivirus. So this is very good if you are worried about hygiene. This is unique and new technology. And I really want to provide this elevator in the Kenya market because I believe there are many Kenyan customers who want a better quality, better elevators for sure. So that's my aim.
I'm wondering, do you have an office here in Kenya or a branch of your...
We do have an agent in Kenya. The name of the agent is Skymax. So at the moment, they are very active in the Kenyan market, and they will be anywhere if you are calling our agent. And our headquarters, we have a headquarters in Korea. We are really supporting this agent in Kenya.
Well, that's all we had for you here at the Hyundai exhibition, and of course you've heard it from the manager himself, and You'll be seeing this kind of lift in the Kenyan market very soon.
Sisi huwa tunahusiana na mambo ya mjengo, na ile kitu imenileta hapa, nimekuja kuangalia kama kuna hizi kampuni zimeleta hii vitu hapa, tuone kama tunaweza kuwasiliana, tuone pia wanaweza kufikisha huko tukijenga hii beauty set huko. Lakini vile nimeingia ndani, nimekuja nikaona kuna vitu nyingi sana kulingana na vile nimeona, kulingana na stand sawa. Nimeona kuna vitu mzuri tunaweza kuwasiliana na wao, angalau tusaidiane hapa Kenya. Kwa hivyo tumewasiliana, nimechukua communication yao, nikaona vile tunaweza kuwasiliana watubikishie huko kwetu mashinani, kwa sababu nimetoka Machakos.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Langlois. I'm from France, and we are also a lift maker. We manufacture elevator for Europe and many countries in Africa. So I'm a little bit disappointed because I don't see any local maker exhibiting their products here. I hope maybe I don't know why. I can see Hyundai, I can see Chinese companies, I can see Italian, but no Kenyan companies.
My name is Sylvia Mbunya. I'm a business lady. I've liked the exhibition because it is exposing, people are exposing their views, and also to know more about what they're doing from different places, especially the neighboring countries. And also it is also giving me a chance to market my business. I've learned how to interact with different kinds of people, especially the Chinese, and also to see how people want to market themselves.
My interest for the expo was to get machinery for that business. Machinery for maize milling, machinery for wheat milling, and trucks. I'm not satisfied because even if it is empty, they could have even left their contacts, their business card, and whatever, so that I can email them. Or they could even have left somebody. I could have given my email so that they can at least contact me.
The exhibition is not big, but I think it is a very good beginning for the future business. You see, it is not big because I think there is not a lot of advertisement. You see, some people, I talk with them, the exhibition, we don't know. Maybe in the next time, the newspaper, the TVs, and some advertisement board can make more tell the Kenya people there is an exhibition for lifts, escalator, and elevators. If they want to do business about in this field or do want to buy lifts, we can come here, have a look. So maybe if you have more advertisement about tell them, there will be more people come here. It is for us, it's good. For Kenya, it is also good, I think, both in the future. I hope next time I come here, I can see more people come here.
We are joined by Mr. Subesh Bet, who is the project manager Next Gen Exhibition, and he is also part of the team that was planning for this event.
I'm Subhash. I'm from the organizing committee. We are from Next Gen Exhibition, New Delhi. We are based from India, and we have many profile exhibition like Lift Expo, Buildcon Expo, Africa Tech Expo, and Medical Expo in Uganda, which will be coming soon. This is our first edition in Kenya for Buildcon and Lift Expo, and we will be continuing this next year also.
According to you, the expectation, has it been met in terms of the turn-up, in terms of the inventors who were supposed to be here? Did they all of them turn up under the expectation of the people coming to see what you invent?
Like, first of all, our expectation was high, but due to some program, it wasn't up to mark. But it's good. It's good to be conducting World Lift Expo in Nairobi.
Why is it that a lot of the inventors who are here, most of them are international?
Like Kenya company should come forward with their plans. Like it's good opportunity, good platform in Nairobi. They must grab this opportunity. They must come up with their plans. Like mostly in Kenya, so they must come. They must learn from the importers and must work on it.
Kindly, sir, break it down for us. Why do you think that this kind of expo was so much important, especially to the economy of Kenya as a nation?
Like I've told you before, Kenya is a developing country, and like most of consumption, like it has good consumption of elevators and building materials, and it will be good in future also. Like lots of construction are going on, and it's good market. So it's good to be do business in Kenya.
When are you expected to have this kind of expo, and your expectation for the coming event?
Like we are planning big for next event. Next year we are planning same, and that time hope we'll have more visitor and more exhibitor coming out from all over the part of the world.
That has been Mr. Subesh Bet, one of the organizers of this event, and of course it's been wonderful, and we are expecting a bigger and better expo come the year 2016. Keep it Parastatal TV. Buildco Expo has been such a very interesting and informative session, and we hope that very soon we'll be seeing this kind of innovation in our cities. Of course, we've been your host, Wycliffe Siko.
And me, Mogore Kamau. Keep it Parastatal TV, and God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Are you a business person? Where would you like your business to be in the next 5 years? Well, you don't have to wait for 5 years. Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is now giving you a platform that will make this a reality by giving you affordable rates with an already wide viewership.
Call us now on 020-4400-777 or 0791-799-998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Hello and welcome to yet another new episode of The Frontline on your #1 TV channel, Parastatal TV. I am your host, Mugore Kamau. Now today I am pleased to have with me the Vice President, African Leadership and Reconciliation Ministries, Alam Dr. Ndai Saba, as well as the Kenyan Director, Sami Linge, who will be joining me later in the show. Alam happens to be an African-based organization that focuses on equipping leaders with the skills and knowledge to transform their communities. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Carol.
It's an honor to have you with us. Briefly, I would love you to tell us who is Alam Kenya. Give us a brief background of Alam Kenya and what you do.
Alam Kenya was created some 20 years ago, and it happened actually to be the mother of all other Alams we have in Africa. So Alam chapter started here and expanded its work in various countries we are currently in East Africa and Central Africa. And we do the Ministry of Reconciliation, of Relationships. We do develop servant leaders, and we help these leaders. Actually, we equip them to do transformation within their community. That's the work of Alam Kenya.
When did it start?
It started some 20 years ago here in Kenya, in Nairobi. And it was started by a Rwandan pastor who had a passion for the work of the Ministry of Reconciliation. And in fact, this was in response to the crisis of genocide in Rwanda in 1994. As we all remember, the country went through genocide. Quite a number of pastors were killed. Many others were now in exile. Missionaries had ran away, went back to their countries, and the church in Rwanda was desperate for leaders. And that's where Dr. Musekura got this passion to make sure he responds to the crisis and enter into actually to fill the gap of having Christian leaders who can take over the work of the ministry in Rwanda.
So Alam happens to have trained over 100,000 people, which is quite a good job there. And what does an individual require to become a trainee of Alam?
For someone to be a trainee of Alam, it doesn't require much, like many other training where they ask you for a diploma or a certificate or something. We just need people who are in the leadership in various roles. And particularly our passion is for the grassroots leaders, those who are leading their communities, those who are leading women groups, those who are leading youth groups, those who are leading churches. Whoever is in the leadership at the grassroots level, those are the people we are targeting, so that we equip them with the right tools and skills to make sure we have the right leadership in place to take up the ministry.
And most of the countries that you serve happen to have had war, tribal conflict, or genocide. And what are the mitigation factors that the organization is putting in place to just avoid war before it happens?
It is so unfortunate that this ministry started in response to a war. But as time goes by, we have learned several lessons that we need to apply on the ground to help people not to have war, because no one is happy to be responding to the crisis of war. And we are trying, we do our best to make sure we put in place leaders who can prevent that. And those are servant leaders. You need to actually recall that many crises we have around us are not just self-generated. Most of the time we blame the communities, but you realize it's not the community, it's the leaders. Whenever we have Christ-like leaders in the place, servant leaders, those who are who are not selfish, who are not looking for the interest, and look for the interest of their communities, their churches, their countries, those leaders will definitely prevent war. So what we are doing is to make sure those various leaders at the grassroots level are trained, are aware of this, and are given the right tool to make sure they lead on the front, to make sure people are taking steps ahead. We are doing this for youth. Youth are most of the time misused during this kind of crisis. And we are creating awareness among youth and training them not to be misused, but rather to think ahead of time that these are the leaders of today and tomorrow, and they have to make sure there is a peaceful environment in their place. The leaders we have currently, we also help them to understand there's nothing anybody can gain from war. It's a terrible thing. It affects all of us. And as some of the leaders have already said, no one can predict the outcome of war. So the best way is to prevent by having a clear leadership which put the interest of the community ahead of any other interest. That is what we do at Alam.
And one of your greatest roles is to impact these good leaders through Christian values. And you happen to be in eight countries in Africa, right?
Yes.
And we have, for example, South Sudan, which I believe there are Muslims there. What role do you play with such countries where we have Muslims?
In fact, the country which is more of Muslim, where we work in Africa, is North Sudan, where the whole government is a Muslim. So what we do, one of the things we do is interfaith dialogue. We make sure people from different faith background can sit down and talk to each other. In the first place, all those religions, when you look at them and you go into their fundamental books, they talk of peace. And you even wonder why this animosity and the conflict between faith are coming from. So we sit with them and we reason with them based on their own books. If it is Muslims, we base on the Quran. The Quran has quite a number of texts speaking about peace and how people can be living peacefully. And much of what we do is interfaith dialogue. That's the major work we do. And we reach out where we bring Christians, we bring Muslims together and other faiths to make sure people can talk and see this beauty of diversity rather than looking at it on a negative note. So we do organize conferences, we do organize workshops with interfaith groups, imams and the pastors and the bishops sitting together and looking for the interest of their communities, their followers, actually, and their nations. And that is what we do in North Sudan. That is what we do in Dar es Salaam. That is what we do in Zanzibar. Those places where there is not necessarily a predominance of Christian, but there is so many other faiths.
Okay. And so what are some of the challenges that you face, for example, in these countries?
Some of the challenges you face in these countries is where you find these groups have never sat together. So you are initiating something new, which they can't even think of. But we use our own experience and our own strategies to make sure we talk. First of all, a group, we visit their respective groups, we talk with their leaders, and once we convince the leaders what we are looking for, now they can be able to mobilize their followers to come together. Some of the challenges mainly is because themselves, they never had any such initiatives, and they can't even think it's working, it's possible, and when we do it, at the end, everybody's happy and they even astonished that it's possible that people from various faiths can sit down, talk, have a common ground of understanding without necessarily fighting.
Yeah. And what happens to be not only in Africa, and the skills that Alam offers are needed worldwide. What are the plans for Alam in working with other countries?
Actually, it's not about the plans for the future, it's the plans already in place, because we attend various global summits all over the world, in Asia, in America. We happen to be having partnership with various global organizations, institutions of higher learning, where we go and share our experiences with those other leaders across the globe. So it's not about what we do here in Africa, it's just going out and sharing the experience. And again, because we already have 20 years experience in this, we have developed curriculum, we have written books which can help various groups all over the world. We share this knowledge. We can sell the knowledge to them. We can go and impact this knowledge across the globe as we attend various global meetings.
That has been the Vice President Alam, Mr. Dai Saba. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. We'll go for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the Kenya Director, Sami Linge, with us. Stay tuned.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Welcome back. Thank you for keeping it Parastatal TV. This is the Frontline. I am Mogore Kamau. Now, earlier on, we had the Vice President Alam with me here in studio, and right now I have the country's director, Dr. Sami Linge, who is going to tell us more of Alam's mandate in Kenya. Thank you so much for honoring this invite. How many trainees have you managed to train based in Kenya?
We've been in Kilifi, we've been in Kajiado, we've been in Mount Elgon, we've been in Eldoret, we've been in Kisumu area, meaning Nyanza area, a place called Awasi, and many other places.
Now, yes. Kenya had been one of the most stable countries until 2008, where we had the post-election violence rocking the country. What role did Alam play in bringing back Kenya to where it was?
We did a lot of trainings, calling people together. We normally bring different leaders. We particularly believe that much of the problems are brought by lack of good leadership. Therefore, we focus mainly in training leaders, helping them to know how to go to their communities, speak to them, encourage them to be peaceful people. And therefore, what we have done is brought leaders together. We conduct multi-ethnic trainings, gender-sensitive trainings, men and women. We also make sure that youth are involved, and where there are communities that are across the religious divide, we also bring different religious groups, not leaving behind the traditional religious groups, which are in many times ignored by many groups.
How close do you work with the government?
Whenever we go to a place, we involve the administration. Like we have trained in some of our trainings, we have involved the police, we have involved the administration, we have involved the district peace committee chair people, and therefore we have worked closely with the government. We have visited even in Kilifi, where we are in plenty, or we have done a lot of work. We have even visited the office of the deputy governor. We have discussed, or now we can deal with a few issues that are causing concern, particularly the danger being faced by elderly people, thought to be actually witches or wizards. And therefore, we are working closely with the government. Yes.
And what role is Alam playing in Kenya to make sure that whatever happened in 2008 does not happen again?
We go to the different places. We sensitize the people. For example, in 2013 election, when we were waiting for the elections, we went to Molo. We trained the people there. We sensitized them. We went to Kibera. We trained like 150 leaders. Then we had a caravan that is nailed along the streets of Kibera. If you don't think Kibera has streets, just go there and you'll find them. We had a Kanda truck because the big ones could not go around. We motioned more than 200 pastors. We stationed them in different places and spoke about peace. Different pastors of different communities spoke to communities which were different from them, just to tell them we are one Kenya, we are one people, we have one nation, we should exist in peace. We also went to Morelgon and moved around that place, also sensitizing them about the same. And you remember, as we were approaching, there were also fracas in Tana River. We also went to Tana River. We had an inter-religious, inter-tribal dialogue concerning the same.
And what are the future plans in regard to Kenya with Alam?
We still plan to continue talking to Kenyans about peace. We plan, first of all, to visit places where there are pastoralist-related conflict, because that's an area where Kenyans don't take a lot of note. We have good intention to go to Pokot, Sesamburus, the Turkanas. We want to loop even to think about the northeastern Kenya. We also want to think about the Ormas and the Pokomos. And we're also interested in the whole of the Kenyan coast because of radicalization of the youth. In one of our strategic plan items is the coast.
Okay. What are some of the challenges that you face in trying to equip these leaders with the necessary skills?
I think one of them is coming from the way peace has been approached. Peace has been approached like something that should be done by some people from outside the country. When people hear about organizations and the non-governmental organizations, they think of people from the West. Because we are a highly African organization, they don't understand us. And because we also want this to be Africans by Africans for Africans, the people have been given this kind of notion that whenever they come to think about peace, they should be given tokens to go home. Somebody should bring them in. Somebody should take them home. To break that kind of approach, to tell the people it is your peace and it should be homegrown. That has been at all order. So the challenges are just to tell the people we need to use our own resources to build, to construct our own peace. Because it looks like people are thinking somebody will come and bring resources for us to build our peace. But we are saying we must, as Kenyans, find solutions to our problems. Also to help people to know how to dialogue. People are used to talking at loud voices to one another, but to sit down, help them to speak together, that's also another big problem. But we are doing the best we can to help Kenyans know how to dialogue, because dialogue is something looking to be foreign to Kenyans.
Okay, just a quick one now as we wind up. I would love you to face this camera and just give one or two words to Kenyans.
I think Kenyans, we must know that this is our country. We must know that although we are many tribes, tribes can be an asset. Tribes do not have to be a liability. We need to use it for complementarity, not for competition, not for fighting one another, but for making one another strong. And for the leaders, we want to lead, not to mislead. We have misled many times. We have told the people what they are not supposed to hear. And so let us provide leadership and not mislead people.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Are you a business person? Where would you like your business to be in the next 5 years? Well, you don't have to wait for 5 years. Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is now giving you a platform that will make this a reality by giving you affordable rates with an already wide viewership.
Call us now on 020 44 000 77 or 0791 799 998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Welcome back. You're watching The Frontline on Parastatal TV. I am now joined by Abigail, representing Alam Kenya. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Would you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Carol. My name is Abigail Macheche. I work for Alam. Alam stands for African Leadership and Reconciliation Ministries. I am the coordinator of community transformation, the Kenyan chapter.
How does Alam do community transformation?
Alam gets involved in community transformation in dynamic ways. One of the things that Africa is facing is not HIV. The biggest problem is not HIV. It is not malaria. It is actually conflict. So when people fight over resources, the communities don't see eye to eye. When you look at the West Pokot region, you look at the northern parts, most of the conflicts we experience in these areas are because of the lack of the resources that people are fighting over. And so when we're doing community transformation, we want to come into the community, train the leadership first of all, because Alam exists to build bridge builders. Meaning, when you train a leadership, they offer leadership to the community. And when they stand and offer leadership to the community, we bring reconciliation. That is peace building. So that this community is able to stand with this community, so that together we're able to build the resources we need and the community moves. So for us differently, what we do differently as Alam is we embrace community transformation in that we bring in leadership development. And then after leadership, we have trained the leaders. They know what is important to be a leader, to lead in front instead of coming from behind. We want them to be at the forefront in telling people there are things that we need to do as a community. And then they come together, they reconcile, and then it is a bottom-up approach. They come and see the needs that are in the community, look for the ways that they're able to meet the needs. And so as you only come to give capacity building to support the initiatives that the communities are already doing so that it is sustainable. What we want to come from is the notion of serikali's idea, because that's what people want. They want to be helped so that they come out from the responsibility. They don't want to take the responsibility to grow their communities. So as Alam, we come and train, we give capacity to the community. We work with women, we work with youth to give them the ability to have a source of income so that they have dignity. They have a source of livelihood. And when they have a source of livelihood, everybody takes care of their own initiatives. And so they also reach out to another member of the community. And when you're having a business, for example, you're not only selling to one community, you're selling to a diverse of people in the community. So when you're talking about community transformation, it embraces leadership, it embraces peace, it embraces development.
Okay. So how is community transformation related to peace building?
Carol, just the way I have put it across that we are a bit different from other organizations, the way they come and just, what is the need here? They drill a hole, a water source, a borehole. What we do is we bring in peace, that this borehole is not only bringing water to this community, but it is bringing other people, ethnic backgrounds, tribes to come together so that they can come together and share in this borehole that we are talking about. So peace is a very important component in community transportation. And as I said before, many people think that what Kenya is suffering from is poverty. What we are suffering from is health diseases. Yes, but if you go to the root cause, it's because we are not sharing. These resources are there in the community, and the communities are able to stand up on their own, identify the needs, and only just need a very slight boost, and you see these communities flourishing.
Thank you so much, Abigail. It was quite informative. Well, you've all heard it. The biggest challenge in Africa, it's not HIV and AIDS, it's not malaria, it's not poverty. And this is where Alam comes in solving these issues in Africa. Don't touch that dial, keep it. Parastatal TV. We'll be right back.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
I think it's a good move.
It's a new concept which will actually bring out the story of government.
It's a mouthpiece.
I'm glad you're joining this army of sassy fly eradication in Africa.
It's a welcome idea. It's an idea whose time has come.
Without exaggerations or without actually putting more salt or more sugar, I might tell you guys, you are on the right track.
Nobody has ever covered us with what we do. What we get mostly, we get stones thrown at us, what we haven't done, and nobody really looks at what we have done.
Anytime one talks about government, especially in the media, is about the negatives. And truly speaking is that there's always the positive side of government, which is never highlighted.
Most of the media, actually, and that's most of the cases we have had here, that every time they come and cover, they go and give the wrong feedback or the negative feedback.
Please be part of us. Please help us to disseminate this information so that Africa can be free from this primitive scourge.
Parastatal TV will go a long way to give it that positive story.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Welcome back. We are glad to have another expert from Alam, Kenya, Mr. Peter Nduruto, who happens to be the coordinator Peace, Building and Reconciliation. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us. Now, I want you to take us briefly through the process of peace and reconciliation, having in mind that the people you train are people who have gone through some maybe really bad experiences in the past during war and so on. What's the process that you go through training these people?
Well, first of all is to identify the location where conflict has taken place. And then we make sure that we have leaders, the local leaders who work with us. I mean, we use the local leaders now to explain to us the very need on the ground. And once they do that, then we formulate a curriculum from our end, and we go down to the community through the assistance of the local leaders. And one of the things that we use the local leaders is because they will guide us in ways of mobilizing the people, the different tribal groupings, different religious groupings, and they bring for us in a gathering. It can be a conference, it can be a workshop, a seminar, and then we now give them the training. And the first bit of the training that we do is normally called trauma healing and recovery, a process where you're bringing like everybody, and then they share out. They share out their experiences, their difficulties, and in the process of sharing out, they are venting out. You know, the wound is like venting out the pain through sharing, and then the healing just happens in the training. And so that's the first approach that we use, and later on that gives birth to what we call reconciliation, and then later forgiveness. So those are the processes that we've pretty much used over the years.
Talking of forgiveness, we have had people saying, maybe I have forgiven, but I have not forgotten. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, we have experienced, you know, it's very difficult for people just to go forgive each other, you know, just in one day. Forgiveness is a process. And so when we even train, we don't tell them, you just have to forgive each other right now. It's after they share out, and some of them even literally weep in the workshops, in the conferences. And that now communicates to them within themselves, and then later on they find a way of forgiving. Forgiving becomes the most important part for us. Forgetting, you know, we are human beings, and sometimes, well, we can forgive, but it's not easy to forget. But now forgiving and forging ahead, yeah, that's the point.
Okay, so mention some of the achievements that you have had as Alam.
Alam has done a lot of achievement by the grace of God. You know, we have first of all been accepted in a lot of volatile, you know, contexts. Talk about Tana River, for example. Talk about Mount Elgon. Talk about Kakuma refugee camp. Talk about Kibera, the informal settlement area of Kenya. The acceptance level is one of the things that we say we really have done achievement in terms of gaining the rapport of the grassroots community is one of the achievements that we can say that we've done. Another thing is communities just coming to us and telling us that we are being healed, we are being reconciled because Alam, you came and stood in between us. I want to give an example of Mount Elgon. You'll be surprised that the Mount Elgon community, the moment they hear Alam, African Leadership and Reconciliation Ministries, it's a sense of relief for them. Because they're saying that 5 years ago, or about 6 years ago, when Alam intervened during the Sabot Land Defense Force circumstance of conflict, where a lot of people were killed, Alam was the one that intervened. And the intervention that Alam did now united the community of Mount Elgon. And now they are saying that our children are going to school because of Alam. Our women are going to fetch firewood from the forest confidently because of the intervention that Alam did during that period of time. And so this is an achievement. Seeing a tribe, Orma and Pokomo, sit together and think a way forward together in Tana River region is a great achievement for Alam, because in 2012, over 30,000 people were displaced, only in Tana River region. Hundreds of them were killed, bloodbath situation. But right now, because of the trainings and the intervention that Alam did, they are sitting down together and forging a way forward. So that's a great achievement that I can talk about.
Nice. Now, lastly, as a person, individual, what drives you?
Talking about the drive, I remember myself years ago, like about 10 years ago, as a Christian, there was this prayer that I made, and I remember praying to God to make me an agent of peace and reconciliation across the world. And now joining Alam was, and acting at the capacity of peace building and reconciliation was like a prayer answered for me. And so because that became like now my number one. My number one drive was the passion, the enthusiasm, and the oomph that I had to just carry on the peace building activities, not necessarily in Kenya, but across the world. That was what my prayer talked about. But now when I'm doing these peace building activities across Kenya, it's something I'm doing it out of my inner self. And so it just comes out automatically. There's no force of it, you know, notwithstanding any other thing. Yeah, just the drive inside me. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have come to the end of the show. We have had some candid conversation with some of the experts from ALAM, which is Africa Leadership and Reconciliation Ministries. Until next time, keep watching Parastatal TV. I have been your host, Mugore Kamau. God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
The two words information and communication are often used interchangeably, but they signify quite different things. Information is given out, communication is getting through.
Parastatal TV is a media platform that enables state cooperation, share development projects and experiences.
We are keen on promoting government-citizen communication for better service delivery to help seek a common development ground with the aim of transforming our country.
Our vision is to be the leading source of information for all state corporations to connect with the citizens.
We are the voice of parastatals. Many times when you hear about those who need a voice, we always imagine the weak. But in this case, we are speaking for the government. Yes, outnumbered by those it serves. This part of democracy can go unappreciated as it receives more blames and praise in any given country.
The government is entrusted with the directive to serve the people, and Parastatal TV exists to ensure communication between the government and the people.
This medium carries forth a message of hope, highlighting on the activities undertaken by the government with the interest of its citizen. Think about the roads we use, the energy power, quality education, environmental sustainability, security, the government hospitals, all these parastatals working together for the betterment of its citizen, and that is where we come in.
The government policies are formulated through the legislature and actualized at parastatal level by developing forums, promoting debates and discussions on issues relevant to parastatal and the people of its country.
We are a 24-hour business station, easily accessible, highly optimized website, www.parastatalafrica.com, a fast and interactive social media platform to break down all the existing geographical boundaries in order to pave way for the vision.
Parastatal TV also acts as a platform to gauge the people's response to the parastatals. This is made possible in the feedback on a 24-hour line at the TV station as well as on the online platform.
Located along East Africa's first superhighway is Parastatal TV that is speaking up for the government and putting their work in the limelight.
Talk to us today and be part of the vision as we make our nation a better place.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Be the change you want to see.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
The Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors happen to play a very big role in one of the key sectors in our country, which is the building and construction industry. This is the Frontline with me, Mogore Kamau. To learn more, keep it Parastatal TV. Hello and thank you for tuning in. You're watching The Frontline. I am Mogore Kamau. Now today I'm pleased to meet Mr. Cosmas, the chairman Borax. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Carol. Let me appreciate you are choosing Borax today to interview. We are happy because Borax is going to the public through your organization. I am architect Cosmas Mawel, an architect, and allow me briefly to tell you my journey to becoming an architect. Okay. I entered the University of Nairobi in 1976, training as an architect for 5 years. I left 1981 and joined the Ministry of Public Works. In 1983, I got registered as an architect by the same board. I'm the chairman today. The Board of Architects and Quantity Surveyors regulates the profession of architects and quantity surveyors. By regulation, it trains and registers and conducts continuous professional development.
Okay. So I come to understand that the board has registered more than 1,000 architects and more than 600 surveyors. Give me a brief background of the board.
The board was started in 1934. It was formed through an act of parliament, Cap 525, laws of Kenya. And it has been in existence since that time to date. To date, we are at the first year of the Board of Architects and Surveyors, simply Borax.
We have various learning institutions in Kenya that are involved in learning of architectural and surveyors. How is this board working hand in hand with the institutions?
This board is the one that qualifies the institutions to train architects and surveyors, or rather, it approves the course, the course outline, all the programs to be taught at the universities. At the moment, we have University of Nairobi, which was the only one for very many years, which was training architects and surveyors. But now we have others who have come into play. We've got Jomo Kenyatta Agriculture, and we have TUK, that's Technical University of Kenya. Mombasa is also on the way coming, and many others are joining. But they can only join once whatever the content of what they are teaching conforms to the act which set this board, 525.
Okay. So for one to qualify as an architect or a surveyor, what are some of the processes that they need to go through?
You can become an architect or a surveyor only if, and only if. For an architect today, you go through the formal learning in the university for 6 years. And for quantity surveyors, you go for 4 years. But that's not enough. Once you are through with that, you are now a learned person, but not yet an architect or quantity surveyor. In fact, we call them aspiring architect and aspiring quantity surveyor. For you to become an architect, there's another further process. You have to work under a registered person, an architect and a registered architect, quantity surveyor and a registered quantity surveyor for 24 months. That's 2 years. Once you are through with the 2 years, then the board now registers you for training to be registered. Training takes about a month. And the training is conducted by this board through 2 levels. There is written examination and there is oral examination. Once you pass those ones, now you are registered. If you don't pass, you remain an aspiring architect or quantity surveyor. Yes.
So unless one is registered through the board, they are not qualified at all?
No.
Okay, and we are having many Kenyans nowadays worried about the collapsing of buildings, especially in Nairobi. Who is to blame for this cause?
This is a very worrying trend of collapsing buildings. We have got many of them which have collapsed. Now, people to be blamed are many. But as far as I'm concerned, the buck stops at the door of the enforcement authority, and that's the county governments in the urban setup. Because no building takes place unless it is submitted to them and approved. That's the first place. Once it's approved, they are supposed to enforce its construction. And I believe many of them, they don't do that because of lack of capacity. The next person to blame is the developer. The developer, like any Kenyan mind, I want to say Kenyan mind. Who is this Kenyan mind? A Kenyan mind is a person who wants to take shortcuts. Then developers, most of them, they take shortcuts. How? They either don't use registered people to design their buildings. Since they are very expensive, according to them, they are not expensive. As an architect, I can't say they are expensive. Because every profession is regulated by law. And the law, whoever formed the law, knew what or she was doing. So they are not expensive. But people want to take shortcuts. So they don't want to use a registered person, number one. Number two, even if they are there, they don't want to use specification. They only want to use shortcuts in terms of material and so forth. And then that level of blame goes to the professionals. Because some of them have been involved. But to some extent, at the level of design. Then the Kenyan mind, the developer takes off the building and says, I don't need you anymore now. So that goes back to the enforcement authority, who should make sure that buildings have approved is supervised to its full extent of construction.
What is the board doing to eliminate quacks in the industry?
The board may not tell you there are many quacks because the board is concerned with the registered person. Any other person, like now we have got over 1,500 architects and over 800 surveyors. Those are people the board is concerned with. If it's concerned with those people, then everybody else is a quack. Now you can do the mathematics. And in that 40 million minus 2,000, it will be difficult to know who is a quack and who is not. But once a building collapses, then we can follow to find out It was not done by a registered person. However, the board is very concerned. And in our endeavors, we have found there are many people from tertiary institutions who know how to draw. And these are the people the developers are using. We call them technicians. And the board is trying to bring them to the fore through an act of parliament, which is now on the drawing board, so that they are brought into the fore to be registered with us. Then we shall be able to regulate them. But for now, we don't know. Yes.
We are going to go for a short commercial break. Keep it Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Welcome back. Now, Mr. Cosmas, with the emerging technology and innovations, what are some of the measures that the board has put into place to make sure that the students have relevant skills?
We, the board, in partnership with the universities, as I said earlier, first of all, we go by approving the coursework. And then once they have left the university, and they are registered by us, we have got other courses we conduct to bring to speed the professionals to the changing technologies. One, we conduct what we call continuous professional development seminars. We also, in a year, we have 2 major seminars. These seminars, we invite the professionals, the other stakeholders, contractors, the innovators, the suppliers, and the constructors to a conference. And in this place, this is where now the emerging trends are explained. 2, we also expose our practitioners and professionals to global trends by conducting trips out of this country. For example, we have teamed up with the Eastern countries. We have regional meetings, and we have outside now Africa meetings. For example, last year we went to Spain. This year we went to Spain and France. Last year we went to Belgium and Netherlands, exposing ourselves to emerging trends. Yes.
What are some of the projects that Borax is working on?
Normally, Borax, in terms of a project, we have to define that. Borax itself doesn't have in the building industry per se, but Borax has their own programs, which I may call programs as a project. For example, we are now doing our strategic plan, which will guide this board in the next between now and 2025. That's a program. We can call it a project now. Borax also wants to start a training center where of their own, instead of using the hired facilities. Borax has also partnered with Kenya Building Research Center, where we have established our library as we speak now. That's where people can go for referrals. So those are the kind of things we are doing right now. We are also partnering with academic institutes like MUA. MUA is Management University of Africa. This one is in as far as management training is concerned. And then we have also partnered with the University of Nairobi for now the actual training of candidates. We have also done agreements and MOUs with our regional regulators, like with Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. We have signed mutual recognition agreements to allow our registered persons to go to and practice their countries, and those are to come and practice in Kenya.
I know that you mentioned partners. How closely are you working with some of these partners to make sure that there is a efficient delivery to the public?
Borax, as a board, is concerned with regulating this profession of architecture and surveying, which deals with the building industry. Current building does not involve architects and surveyors. We have got engineers, all shades of engineers. May they be electrical, mechanical, may they be civil structural, may they be mechatronics and so forth. Then it has also got other players. We have environmentalists, we have planners, we have surveyors. All these constitute our service. Before a building is complete, all these people are at play.
Maybe you can tell me more about the future plans for Borax.
Borax sees itself as a very efficient institution which is looking into the future with the confidence. It needs to reach out by involving the services from where we are to the counties. So far we have officers in 4 counties. We have Mombasa, we have Meru, we have Kisumu, we have Nakuru. And we want to reach out to others as we get to the offices so that we can bring the services closer to the people.
Thank you so much for keeping it Parastatal TV. That's it for now from me and the team. I'm Mugure Kamau. Thank you for watching.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Parastatal Africa magazine is a media platform that enables African state corporations to share development projects and experiences, both through the printed and internet editions, covering the news and future events, pictorials, products and services, among others. We are keen on bridging the communication challenges that have existed between the public and state corporations. We seek a common ground where government, parastatals and the various publics can share and work together with the aim of transforming our continent. Our vision is to be the leading and most reliable avenue for Africa's state corporations and connecting with the public in service delivery. Currently, we have pilot offices in Uganda, Tanzania, Botswana, South Africa and Nigeria. Parastatal Africa magazine, connecting Africa state development.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
The energy sector is a key player in Kenya's economic development. The Energy Regulatory Commission is the commission mandated to run operations of this sector, including regulating the energy, protecting the consumer, investor, stakeholders, and monitoring the industry. Parastatal TV interviewed the Director General, Engineer Joseph Nganga, who expounded further on the mandate of the commission.
We deal with issues relating to downstream petroleum and the power sector and renewable energy. In renewable energy, we also focus on issues of energy efficiency, what is popularly referred to as demand side management, how people use the energy efficiently. And we have been in existence for some 8 years or more.
We are the successor of the old ERB, which was dealing with electricity regulation before. But after the energy policy of 2004, we now cater for the whole sector, other than the upstream of petroleum. In the normal market, the price movement should be by supply and demand. You'll actually be surprised that in some other countries, the prices where there's no regulation can change as many as 3 times in a day, the pricing. So in our particular case, regulation stabilizes that because every 14th of the month we put a cap on the maximum prices that will be charged on the 3 commodities. And we expect that that is not exceeded. There are sanctions if anybody were to exceed those limits. And what we expect is that competition by the oil marketing companies will be within the cap that we have set. So the stability is related to how the international market prices change. And in this case, what we do is that we apply the prices that have been imported in the country in the previous month. And therefore, the volatility one may see is a reflection of what is changing in the market price, in international market prices. We regulators have mentioned the power sector and the petroleum sectors. So what that means is that we issue licenses for people to enter into the market. And therefore, for instance, if you take a case of the petroleum sector, we will license somebody to be able to operate a retail station, like a pump station. And we start actually by approving the designs that will be used to ensure that, for instance, it's not a threat to the safety and security of citizens or other facilities. So we would approve the designs that one would use to construct the facility, and thereafter we will give a license for supply of the business. And if one does not comply with the requirements of the license, we can be able to suspend or even revoke the license, as the case may be. In the power sector, we do the same. And in this case, we look at the whole supply chain from the generation, transmission, and distribution. And we have licensed our particular players in each of the components. For instance, the generation, of course, the biggest player there is KenGen, who would control over 70% of the market. So in various stations, we are licensed to operate. And also there is competition there because we have independent power producers in the country and we equally license them. For the transmission, we have licensed Ketraco and Kenya Power. And for distribution, it's only Kenya Power who are currently the key player in that area. Recently, there was an application by a small solar company in Kisi for the supply, and we have also licensed that. So essentially, in a regulated market, you control the players and you control the price to ensure that consumers get value for money. Well, the whole concept of the independent power producers, of course, is part of public-private partnership. But the real driver of the PPP is Treasury with respect to the new law. There's a new law that specifically addresses that area. But what it may mean is that if that happens in the power sector, then of course we take over with respect to our mandate on licensing, auditing, and that auditing could be both technical and financial, and providing the requisite approvals that would be necessary for them to undertake their business. And this, of course, would apply for a long time, maybe 20 to 30 years. We are working with UNEP. In fact, we are the driver, working with UNEP, essentially to control pollution. In a nutshell, that's what the whole initiative is all about. And it addresses 2 specific areas. The first one is the product, in this case diesel. And what the Commission has done is to ensure that we now have specifications of diesel that is as good as what you can get in the European market, 10 ppm of sulfur. And then there is also the issue of the vehicle themselves, so that we can be able to have a double-pronged approach to address the pollution issue. And this is where now the age of the vehicles comes in, because obviously the older the vehicle, the more inefficient it tends to be. So combined with the fuel, we're having a program where we can be able to look at areas, how we can be able to incentivize consumers so that they can have newer vehicles, more efficient vehicles, and of course ensure that the fuel is good to be able to minimize the impact of pollution at our level. Yes, we do. NEMA is a key body that we work with, because all the projects that we have to license ordinarily must have an environmental management license from NEMA. And what we do with them is that when they get proposals for various projects, we are part of the authorizing chain. So they'll give us the project proposals ourselves, and we will be able to make our comments at a very early stage to them with respect to any comments that we may have on their visibility, technical, financial, or otherwise. And therefore, by the time they are providing the license, giving the particular parties licenses, we have already made our comments. And usually, therefore, we don't have many strong objections by the time the applicants come to the commission for licensing. But in our mandate in law, we are required to take account of the license that is provided by NEMA in our approval. We have made significant gains to ensure that our services are as close as possible to consumers and they are as efficient as possible, so that we can be able to serve our consumers who are distributed countrywide. For instance, in the application of licensing, for the various investment that one may be able to do, we would want to ensure that can be done online, and therefore we have a system that is internet-based, and therefore any applicant can be able to request for service wherever they are in the country, and they can track the process of the approval within the commission online. And we believe that enhances our visibility. And the other thing is a query system where, for instance, if you want to know the pricing of a commodity in any town, you can be able to send an SMS, and that can be able to give you in any place that you are what the price of the fuel is. And that will go, for instance, in the case where we have auditors in the field who are undertaking various activities for the commission. If anybody had any doubt with respect to the authenticity of the individuals, you can be able to send an SMS with an ID or staff number, and you have a confirmation SMS of the authenticity of the individual who is undertaking the auditing or whatever else the case may be. So the key thing here is to ensure that our services are valuable and easy and effective to allow people to do their business. I think as a regulator, obligation is to ensure that we are not an inhibitor, but an enabler of business development in the country. Renewable energy is the way to go. As you will appreciate, there has been a lot of concern on global warming, and I think every stakeholder has an obligation at their point to do locally what they need to do to ensure that globally we can be able to win this war on global warming. So renewable energy is a significant contributor in minimizing the impact of global warming. And I think as a country you have done pretty well. When you look at the amount of renewable energy in our generation mix, and the key thing here will be hydro and geothermal, there will be over 80% of the generation mix. Currently, perhaps diesel or fossil-based fuels will be less than 10%. So when you compare this with other countries in the world, we have done pretty well. Not many countries exceed 30% with respect to renewable energy. So we are doing well, and I think the cases you have mentioned of wind and solar, there is a lot of interest. I think the key challenge here is to ensure that the investors have the competence and the financial ability to undertake these projects. But in terms of proposals, we have very many, probably in the region of over 2,000 megawatts, but only a few are able to progress to the point where they can be able to actually have financial closure and then implement the projects. Yes, this has been taken care of in the revised policy and the new bill on energy and petroleum. ERC has been driving this, and we've been chairing the technical committee. And we have taken account of that, because I agree with you that we have to be pretty careful to learn from the best practices and avoid situations where we can be able to have the resources scarce. It will be very unfortunate. So yes, I would confirm that we have taken on board some of the best practices, and some of the team members had in fact to undertake peer-to-peer benchmarking with some of the countries that have done well, and of course learning to avoid what some of the countries have done wrongly. Yes, in preparation of the documentation for these bills, we have of course undertaken a lot of consultation with various stakeholders, and in some cases we have had to travel to the counties and talk with the relevant opinion shapers to be able to ensure that their viewpoints are taken on board. Because we have to agree that if you have to invest in some of these projects and they are capital intensive and long term, you require the participation of the communities. And incidentally, we've had their concerns addressed, because we have provisions in the bill where the national, county, and local communities are provided for with respect to allocation of the resources, be they oil or other resources within the counties. Macro pressures, like now you have of course a concern on the shilling, and the volatility of petroleum prices. As you'll appreciate, energy is a significant issue for every member of society, and hence if it's not predictable, it raises a lot of problem, because when you're an investor in this sector, the key thing that you'd want is to ensure that you can have cash flow to be able to sell your investment to financiers. Because of the huge resources required, usually investors would only provide a small portion as equity and then rely on debt for the balance of the requirements. So investors like predictability. And then, of course, when you look at the prices, for instance, of petroleum, they are volatile. And notwithstanding the fact that we cap the prices, the impact of the changes internationally are reflected locally. And the other significant thing, of course, is the issue of the Kenya shilling. The fact that, for instance, the dollar is strengthening, and in the international market, international trading is done in dollar. And therefore, when you have to convert that for the local market, then the impact of a weaker shilling would have a bearing on consumers. We certainly would be very keen, for instance, to ensure that we are represented regionally. Right now, we are centrally located, but many of our consumers, of course, are spread countrywide. And while we have been traveling, for instance, last week I was in Kisumu. One of the key issues that people raise is that you should be represented at the regional level. Even while you cannot be able to do, for instance, at the county level, maybe we can be able to have regional representation, so that, for instance, we can be represented at the coast or Western Kenya or Central. So those will be some of the challenges that we would want to ensure that we can be able to serve our consumers closely. Because, for instance, in issues to do with complaints resolution, which people do not know a lot about, if anybody has a complaint on the power bill, for instance, and you have disagreements with the service provider, you have a recourse to come to the commission to be able to intermediate between the service provider and yourselves. These are issues that people are not aware of. Or for instance, if there's adulteration of fuel in Meru, for instance, you may probably want to see a representation of the commission there rather than expecting them to drive from Nairobi. So that challenge is there, and we would want to ensure that in the days ahead, we should be able to have a regional representation to be able to be closer to our service provider, and then make it easy for all the services that one may want in the commission that they can be accessed, for instance, online, and to minimize human intervention so that we can be able to serve our consumers better. Open, consultative, and keen to ensure that I can give my best shot in ensuring that during my term, consumers should be able to get value for money and be able to ensure that as a commission, we have added value to their life, because energy is a very vital component of people's life. And therefore, to be able, for instance, to ensure that the products that we regulate are competitively priced would be one of the things I would be happy about, to ensure that we've given them the best deal that is possible in the circumstances. I have been in the sector for long. I'm in my third decade in the power industry. I started my work with Kenya Power. Indeed, Kenya Power are the ones who sponsored me to the University of Nairobi. They paid for my fees. They had a program there that is very good. They would look for students from schools and sponsor them for engineering courses, for instance, and others. So I was one of their candidates, and therefore, after I completed university, I joined Kenya Power, and I served with them for 20 years. And after the reforms in the sector, I moved to Kengen in 1997, where I served up to 2010. Then I joined the commission. So I've been in the commission now for, this will be my 4th year. And therefore I look forward, because I'm pretty familiar with the industry, I look forward to be able to use my exposure in the industry to be able to serve consumers now. They need to ensure that people get the best of the circumstances, and also they need to ensure that my decisions have equity in them, that people are treated equally, and therefore you are able to get the best that you can in the circumstances that you are in. We will strive to ensure that whatever pricing that we do is the best that is possibly can, taking account of the various factors that we consider when setting, for instance, the prices of power and petroleum. And we also would want to ensure that they get value for money. And also, I would urge people to look at investors as parties that are crucial in the performance of any market, because they supply the product. And therefore, we need to be able to ensure that we can embrace them. We shouldn't be seen like we don't want them, because they are the supplier of the products, and then consumers come and use them, the product. So all of us should be working together to ensure that the market delivers to the expectation of the various players. And that's what a regulator is for, to balance those interests.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Parastatal Africa magazine is a media platform that enables African state corporations to share development projects and experiences, both through the printed and internet editions, covering the news and future events, pictorials, products and services, among others. We are keen on bridging the communication challenges that have existed between the public and state corporations. We seek a common ground where government, parastatals and the various publics can share and work together with the aim of transforming our continent. Our vision is to be the leading and most reliable avenue for Africa's state corporations and connecting with the public in service delivery. Currently, we have pilot offices in Uganda, Tanzania, Botswana, South Africa and Nigeria. Parastatal Africa magazine, connecting Africa state development.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
No, bulls don't produce that much. A pig will give us a lot more than this. In fact, the goat will be maybe 25. Yeah. And those are millions of cows. So, they also vary in color. The mainly creamish white. I mean whitish cream. That's normal. So this is our main lab. The lab has two sections. We have the dirty area, not really dirty, but there is a clean area here. So once the semen is brought in, we keep everything here at this stage at around 38 degrees to 7 degrees. Then we analyze to see when they're alive. We have the computer system semen analyzer. We check what percentage is alive, how much did we add, how many doses we get out of this. And that's what. At least 70% should be alive. So if you look at the screen, the green ones, the green dotted ones are alive. The red ones are the ones not moving. So it will tell us the concentration is 2.2 billion ml. The stroke can fill 4 at a time, 1 at a time, 2 at a time, depending on the amount of semen you want to fill. So once they fill, we freeze. We fill first before the green then freeze. So it's an automated machine. I think one of the most modern in the world. It was among the first ones that the best people made. And about 2 years ago, and it was the first one to buy. But now there are many others. The semen is here. And the semen is here. Sucks. Then seeds down here, and then springs from here and drops to the surface. So after that, we arrange on the rack. So this is our storage. You stay here until it goes to the farmer. Different colors for different things. Now, the boiling point of set your forceps. Is it boiling or is it? Yeah, it's the boiling point of liquid nitrogen is -1 and it's very cold. But that's the boiling point of liquid nitrogen. You don't want to make it. But once I've exposed like this, I cannot return it now. So it's at warm. So that has to be maintained in cold chain throughout until you throw it and put in the cow. This one can store about 200,000, another 200,000. The big one there, 500,000. We are bringing in 3 more. We want to be able to store about 2 million every day. So that is.
How are you, my friend? Welcome, sir. How are you? Very good. Thank you. Unauza nini hapa? Cosmos ni dawa ya mifugo. That's why we are here. And also poultry too. We have also dawa ya dogs, pedigree, Ascatet, Chenzi dogs, so-called Senji. Yeah, that's how we call them sometimes. Yes. And it's doing very well. Mayai formula is for the can switch laying and they stop laying for other reason. Might cause stress, might too much heat, or a little infection, all lacking some vitamins. So we give them and it's soon laying. Welcome. All right. Thank you.
Welcome to Kagrik. Today is your day. And today we are very happy that our Deputy President is our chief guest. So karibu sana Deputy President. We are honored to be here. And we are very happy that today we are going to be with these farmers who are very serious farmers in the whole of Kenya. Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center is pleased to hold 2015 Farmers Field Day. This event is held annually and provides farmers with an opportunity to make informed decisions in animal breeding. It is also a moment Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, Kagrik, showcase and parade the breeding animals for stakeholders to understand the selection of suitable breeds. The sole objective of the event is to enhance livestock productivity through modern technologies for food and nutritional security, job creation, increased incomes, and national development. Being the former Central Artificial Insemination Station, CAIS, which was established in 1946 and transformed to the present status, CAGRIC, in September 11, 2011. The transformation provided an expanded mandate in terms of production, preservation, distribution, conservation of animal genetic resources from common livestock species and emerging species. This is to ensure that the national demand and for the export to the region is met. With a national livestock population of 1.5 million daily and 13.5 million beef cattle in 2014, CAGRIC has a pivotal role in ensuring availability, accessibility, and affordability of artificial insemination services. It is for this reason that CAGRIC is a strategic government-owned entity that focuses on increased livestock productivity for socio-economic development. However, the station has faced some challenges due to lack of extension services to the farmers and importation of cheap semen. CAGRIC, together with the State Department of Livestock, has put in place policies and strategies to mitigate the above challenges. CAGRIC appreciates human capital and financial support offered by the parent ministry over the years. Notably, in the last 2 years, CAGRIC has received support totaling to over 500 million for development. And indeed, our Deputy President has seen what we have done with that money. This has seen increase in production of semen from 850 doses last financial year with a target of over 1 million doses this financial year. The center has put strategy to ensure increased semen production and distribution by reviewing the strategic plan 2013-2018, project proposals for infrastructure development and innovations. I take this opportunity to thank the Kenya government and our development partners for availing funds to put up 6 liquid nitrogen plants to be commissioned this financial year, with the one which has already been commissioned by our Deputy, His Excellency the Deputy President. They are part of the ongoing flagship programs. These liquid nitrogen plants will also act as substations for the distribution of the CAGRIC products, hence ensuring availability and reducing the transport cost of our products when it comes to be distributed in the whole of the country. CAGRIC distributes its products through contracted agents as a part of public-private partnership. The products are affiliated to the AI providers at subsidized price of 250 shillings to the provider, AI provider, 250 shillings. The board, the CAGRIC board, plans to undertake construction of bull barns. The bulls you have seen there, those ones you are seeing outside there, bull barns, to accommodate more animals in the available herd and procure a backup production line of our laboratory, the one already the His Excellency has seen inside there, establish a nuclear herd and housing for the staff to ensure diseases are controlled. This is a quarantine area we require to control the diseases. The board has embarked on establishment of hay fields in Machakos and Gom veterinary farms to ensure availability of high quality fodder and cut the cost of bull maintenance and also reduce on the production cost of that semen. Plans are underway to ensure use of renewable energy by construction of biogas plants at the center since we have a lot of manure, we want to do biogas plants in the due course. Very soon, the center is setting up an SMS platform to advise farmers on animal breeding, where you will be able to set up an SMS and you are able to advise on what bull to use for your animal when it's on heat. CAGRIC has continued to implement performance contract as a tool for performance management, as witnessed by excellent composite score of 2.7 last financial year 2014-2015 compared to 3.03 previous financial year. This is an indication of the commitment to improve service delivery by the board and the staff members. Efficiency, integrity, and urgency to serve are our core values. Indeed, out of 21 parastatals, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, we are the top number 5 last year. The center places great emphasis on collaboration with the key stakeholders that include county governments, breeders organizations, farmers, universities, and research institutions. Once again, I urge all stakeholders to play their rightful roles in ultimate commitment to ensure livestock production remains competitive in line with the Vision 2030 and Jubilee Government Manifesto. This will lead to food security and wealth creation for the Kenyan people. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, I want to answer the question that is in the minds of many people. How is NYS featuring in this whole equation? Now, just over a year ago when the Youth Empowerment Program was initiated, a projection of the demand for artificial inseminators who would be able to help bridge the gap between the services available was given. An initial 3,000 people were indicated as being required. So thereby, Your Excellency, following a directive for National Youth Service in the course of implementing its Youth Empowerment Program, we undertook an accelerated training of qualified individuals in animal health in close collaboration with the Director of Veterinary Services. And out of that training, a total of 463 trainees drawn from all over the country graduated and were awarded with certificates that were sanctioned by Ahiti Domba. And Your Excellency, I believe some of those individuals are here today. If you are in that group, please say a big hello. And as part of the empowerment, Your Excellency, the youth were promised full artificial insemination kits, albeit at a subsidized price by the Jubilee government. And these kits were procured and are ready for your presentation today. I'm sure they're very happy, sir, that at the conclusion of this, at least I attended the graduation that was in Kitale High School, because the two venues that we used were Kitale High School and IATA, National Youth Service Station. And I made a promise. So if I've been avoiding you, it's because the promise was not fulfilled. But now I am more confident to look at you and say, the government has fulfilled its commitment. The NYS, in collaboration with the DVS, Your Excellency, intends to further this partnership by training an additional 600 youth by the end of this year. As the prime drivers of the Youth Empowerment Program, therefore, we at NYS feel proud to have made a little contribution and promise to continue playing our lead role in this noble cause. With these few remarks, I wish to thank Your Excellency for your attentiveness to my short speech. And I want to say that I would like to invite the Principal Secretary of State Department of Livestock to continue from here. Thank you, Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Ruto, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Hadan Mohamed, Chairman of CAGRIC Board, Dr. Kamau, and board members present, senior government officials present, our dear farmers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellency, may I mention that the Department of Livestock recognizes that for farmers to move from subsistence farming to commercial farming, there is need to use reliable, high-quality breeds of animals. And it is because of this, Your Excellency, that Kakrik, where we are positioned today, has been supported so that they produce the kind of high-quality breeds we require in the country through the artificial insemination process, which we've seen when we went around. And it is because of this reason, Your Excellency, that the demand for high-quality breeds in the country, especially on dairy, which averages 5,000 in a year. So there is need to have programs so that we are able to achieve the demand for breeds in the country. And as a department, we are working very hard so that we live to that expectation. And I want to inform you that we are right on course in terms of ensuring that what we promised the farming community in this country are achieved. And so, Your Excellency, we are very excited that you have joined us today in this function. It will uplift not only us in the ministry, but also the farmers who have come here to learn how services of AI is being carried and to learn new technologies. It is from these technologies that we will be able to get better quality animals. So, Your Excellency, with those remarks, it is now my privilege and duty to invite the Cabinet Secretary, Acting Cabinet Secretary, Adan Mohammed, to make some remarks and thereafter invite you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Professor Sigor. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, our chief guest today, the Principal Secretary, DG for National Youth Service, Chairman and the Board of Kagrik, all farmers who are represented here today. Your Excellency, first of all, I would like to thank you for finding the time to be part of this very important gathering to really celebrate some of the achievements that Kagrik has achieved in the last few years. As we went round, you have seen some of the developments and the progress that has been made over time. And I'm really proud and pleased to say that some of the developments that we have here, especially in areas of preserving semen, is as best as you can get anywhere in the world. And that is something that would not have happened without the commitment and support from the government and yourself in particular for driving the ministry in actually pushing the needle to make sure that what the farmers needs to get has to be at the most competitive price and also in acceptable volumes. Your Excellency, recently I had all the chairmen of boards in the Ministry of Agriculture, and the chairman of Kagrik was there, and when I asked him to open up and just raise some issues, he did raise the issue of some semen that were imported that I think was bordering on some descriptions, like many things that are imported, sometimes they are fake. And so I tried to, in my limited knowledge of the AI services that I'm now much more knowledgeable about, asked, so what is the problem with the, fake semen? And he said, hizo zingine saa ingine haina risasi ya kutosha. And when we went inside there, I now appreciate and see what really we are able to get out of these services, and really pleased that we should continue to drive based on the push that you give the ministry and all the colleagues, especially at Kagrik, that we should aspire to do more and be able to support our farmers across the country. So, Your Excellency, it's now my pleasure, without really taking much time, to invite you and come and share your thoughts. Please put your hands together for His Excellency the President.
This is the Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, which is located in Lower Kabete, and it mainly deals in germplasm production for purposes of distribution to the farming community. And it was established basically to have as one of the major resources for purposes of gene bank for conservation of animal resources. It was also mainly established for conservation of posterity and avail livestock tissues, DNA, semen, and embryos for all livestock and emerging livestock in Kenya. Also, it engages in strategic production and distribution of animal germplasm. Animal germplasm meaning semen and embryos, which mainly we do production either on the site in Kagrik or at the farmer's level. We also serve as a reference laboratory for certification testing of semen, embryos, and related livestock production materials for purpose of import and export. So in collaboration also with other institutions, we develop and produce chemicals and laboratory products for use in production of semen in the lab. And also we collaborate with other institutions to provide information on suitability and effectiveness of animal breeding products. We similarly do training, and this involves training of sector service providers, students, farmers, and all and breeders who are involved in the use and utilization of the technologies, reproductive technologies. Our partners mainly are farmers, who are our major partners. We have AI service providers. We have the breeders, that is livestock breeders, who deal in a number of species of animals, that is like goat breeders, like cattle breeders. All those are collaborators. The government agencies we collaborate with include the Kenya Dairy Board, because they use, their main product is milk, which mainly focus, because we have breeding bulls for dairy, and KCC, which of course deals in the same, and also the Kenya Veterinary Board, which mainly deals with regulation of the veterinary profession. And here, since we are a certified body, all the staff here, that is the veterinarians working in this institution, inclusive of the technologists, the livestock technicians, are all regulated by the Kenya Veterinary Board. So basically those are the institutions which we collaborate with closely. We work with closely with the International Livestock Research Institute, that's ILRI, mainly in germplasm evaluation and production, so that we do research in terms of new methodologies or technologies which can be suitable for purposes of conservation. Also, we collaborate with universities in that area. I must say that the livestock sector has benefited so much to the trainings we undertake, because when we focus on, say, farmers, we mainly take them through record keeping. We also take them through a bull catalog interpretation, so that I can be able to select the best bulls. And when it comes to students, for example, we have quite a number on one-day training. We have those on internships who are also in our institution. And this has impacted to a very high level, to a level that even the region, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Eritrea, bring their students here, basically for training in laboratory undertaking, so that they can be able to run their own labs in the best way possible. Tale plant, as at the moment, is at design stage, and the foundation stone is now laid, and we expect that when it comes into functionality, it is going to collaborate with this institution and add to cement production and technology use, so that this country can move to the next level. By such a time next year, it will be up and running, because its initial facilities like the laboratory and bull holding facilities will be in place. So we expect by 2017, it will have its first batch of bulls in production. For this time, we have set up satellite liquid nitrogen production plants, which also are going to act as cement storage facilities, so as to be able to ensure that these facilities, the farmer, the AI service provider, has access to these two products, the liquid nitrogen and the cement, for purposes of improving our livestock sector. And also, in addition, we have the goat AI facilities. They are located in Kirinyaga, and mainly as at now, we are using them to produce goat AI semen. And for now, we have also trained goat AI inseminators in this country, and they will make use of the semen now under production. According to the strategic plan, our strategic plan 2013-2017, we are now nearly at 1 million doses being produced at Kagrik. And this in itself has kind of satisfied the local consumption, the farming community. But we intend by this time next year, that is 2016, and by 2017, we shall be at 1.5 million. And at that level then, we shall be able to serve even our neighbors, Uganda, Tanzania, and even Ethiopia. So we have put mechanisms in place to ensure that this is possible within the coming 1 year, because we've modernized our labs, we have had to recruit more bulls, and of course we have also impressed further production in our other farms. Yeah. The thing that we are proud of is that for the past 1 year, we've had our website in place. That is www.kagrik.co.ke, and through this, we have been able to interact with our farming community. We've also been able to do all procurement on that website. So we are able now to be accessed easily internationally in whichever way. So we have more inquiries, and we are interacting with our agencies, the farmers, through that particular website. And this has improved our visibility, and our product sales have now increased. We are happy about it. Yeah. Other milestones which we have achieved is that we've been able to increase our production, cement production, to the level of up to 1 million, which had not been for a long time since the station started. And we have also had to modernize our infrastructure in both at Kagrik That is, we have done road network. We've modernized our bull cement canopy, cement collection canopy, which has not been there for quite a while. We've also acquired a new liquid nitrogen plant, which now is in production, and we are quite happy about it. And finally, the laboratories. We have now the state-of-the-art equipment, which has enabled us to reach that level of production. And first of all, through our partners, like the World Bank, has supported us to come up with the satellite stations. They supported us to put up 4 nitrogen plants, 1 in Kagrik and 3 in outside Kagrik in the regions, that's Meru, Naururu and Eldoret. And as at now, we also are collaborating with Olpejeta in doing our ET, embryo transfer technology, so that we can be able to source our bulls through that technology instead of using our traditional method, which mainly has been from the breeders around the country. So basically, in that partnership with the development partners, we have had to achieve so much. And as at now, even the government has put in more money to ensure that infrastructure for nitrogen production continues. So we expect 2 more plants, which we are already in the procurement stage, to be located in Sotik and Kirinyaga. The main challenge which we had in the brief period is sourcing of our bulls. You know, we had been sourcing our bulls through collaboration with breeders, livestock breeders around the country. But year in, year out, we've utilized these breeders and we have exhausted the animals, you know, the animal population from which we were sourcing these bulls. And we were fearing that if we continue that way, it would lead to inbreeding. So what we have done to mitigate that is that we've now adopted the embryo transfer technology, and in collaboration with ET practitioners within the country and from South Africa, we're now going to have our source of bulls being through the embryo transfer, which is going to be done in Olpejeta. And from there we shall get the bulls to our station, and the female calves which will be born, we intend to have them on our nuclear farms so that we develop them as a source of our bulls in the future. And the other challenge we had is the source of fodder. We have a kind of reached maximum use of the farmlands we have for the sender, and so our fodder production was at 50% on farms. That is, we're producing about 20,000 bales of fodder for our bulls, but the requirement is 50,000. So what we've done is that we have, through government initiative, they have given us now more land at Ngong Veterinary Farm and also Machakos Veterinary Farm. And through this, we're going to have another 200 acres for fodder production. And this will lead to adequate fodder production for our bull maintenance at the station. Staff capacities have also been an issue, and this we're doing with the assistance of the board. We are recruiting new staff, those that we require to beef up our structure staff establishment. And also we have now focused on training so that we up the capacities of our staff in the station. Our future plans, mainly we are focusing on two areas. Put up a new state-of-the-art laboratory to respond to the need for the technologies, the technologies that are reproductive technologies in place, so that we'll be able to, one, produce enough semen for purposes of serving the farmer, and two, to have an arm of germplasm conservation, so that we have a gene bank for purposes of conserving our animal resource. We also intend to look into staff welfare. Our staff as at now, they're housed around the institution, the Kagrik institution. And the housing that was put up during the colonial days is now dilapidated. And we have a plan that, given funds, which we are also now requesting from our collaborators, we shall be able to put up new facilities for them to house them so that they get motivated. And of course, finally, sustainable production of fodder. We intend to have more land that belongs to Kagrik so that we'll be able to produce enough fodder for utilization of our bulls. Yes. So far, we are happy because as it is today, it's the government which has put in funds for purposes of transforming this institution. You recall that AI institutions in 1966, that is when the Kenya National Artificial Insemination Service was put in place. And as at that time, this facility was given a major injection, and that's when the labs were put up, the administration block and all that, bulls, increased bulls for purpose of semen production were put in place. Over time, that was run down. And as at now, what we have put in is a transformative agenda to have a new image of what Kagrik is to respond to the needs of Vision 2030, the livestock sector as the 21st century requirements. Because the farmers now have adopted new technologies and they would like very high productivity. So we can't sit back and say the 50-year-old initiative is enough. It has done its best. Now, that is why we're putting in new laboratories, new agenda, so that we be able to adopt new technologies to respond to the need as at now. Electronic chip, for one, it has three agenda. The first one is a disease management tool, disease control tool, to be able, it's a radio identification, a radio frequency identification device. So this device, once put into the animal, it can be traced through a reader. So with this then, if animal moves from one point to another, for purposes of sale, for purposes of grazing, pasture, for purposes of any other purpose, it can be traced as to the source. So traceability for disease purposes is achieved, and two, traceability for purposes of productivity. This is in dairy. Dairy, we would like to identify animals, high-producing animals, so that we are able at any one time that this is a high-producing animal. It produces the best. If we are selling, say, to outside country, that chip goes with the same. So it is able to be traced to be as a Kenyan animal of genetic makeup traced to Kenya. And 3, security in terms of areas where cattle rustling takes place. These animals, when they are rustled from one point to another, you can, through this RFID technology, be able to trace and say this animal belongs to such a farmer in such a place. Yeah, so it achieves 3 levels. 1 year on, for one, my experience is that I've managed to transform staff attitudes. They were fixed. They were resistant to change. But for now, we are talking the same language. They are ready to change over, and they see the way where we are going. They are now sharing the dream which I had when I came in. So what I would tell you I've managed to do is that we are now ready to take off on the new transformative agenda as CAGRIC and as CAGRIC staff and even our stakeholders. So that is one thing which wholesomely, I'm confidently saying, we are now harmonized as staff in management, as board of directors who have now come in as new, and as stakeholders in the breeding industry. We are all sharing the same. And that is why, through the infrastructure development, through the outlying substations, the Kitale substation, the GOAT AI in Kirinyaga, and all those other dreams we have, we now sharing them, and the government is ready to now support us. Even the outside partners, like other breeding societies around the world, they are now admiring to come through CAGRIC so as to be able to address African livestock productivity agenda. So that in 1 year, I feel that's what we have achieved. So we are ready to move in that direction together. My message to the farmers and stakeholders in general in the livestock sector is that let's collaborate. Let's collaborate to be able to achieve the modernizing of our livestock sector for the betterment of our society, because we have Vision 2030. Its agenda is livestock productivity. The Jubilee Manifesto talks of revamping the dairy sector. So let's collaborate and achieve all this as our dream and as a country. Thank you.
Today, our great nation grows, so does her appetite for energy. If Kenya can fulfill her energy needs today, she will guarantee her future. When energy is clean, our environment is preserved. When energy is affordable, industries grow. When energy is reliable, business booms. When Kenya's energy is sustainable, we secure our future. From our nerve center in Upper Hill, networking with our African brothers and establish a plan for affordable power development. Guaranteeing you quality energy for a quality life. That's our duty. That is our promise to you. The Energy Regulatory Commission, guardians of the energy promise.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Mimi kwanza nataka niwapongeze, nimefurahi hata zaidi ninyi kunipa nafasi niweze kupata masomo kidogo kuhusu mambo ya artificial insemination na vile vile kufungua liquid nitrogen plant ya hapa Kabete. And I think it is correct to say that the transformation of Kenya will be influenced heavily by the transformation of the agricultural sector. Our economy is still heavily influenced by what is happening with our agriculture. Whether we are talking about fisheries, whether we are talking about agriculture itself, livestock, that still contributes a huge percentage to our gross domestic product. And therefore, every occasion that we have as government to do something about our agriculture is an occasion that we don't take lightly. And that is why this occasion is very important for millions of farmers across the country. There are significant things that today we are focused as government in trying to achieve, especially the transformation of the agricultural sector. As has been said, we have identified key areas in agriculture, apart from irrigation, to improve the production in the agricultural sector, subsidize seeds and fertilizer, again, to enhance our production, and making sure that the whole agricultural sector is that much more mechanized and competitive and productive. This occasion again gives us another opportunity to move the dairy sector to the next level. I remember I have had this discussion many times with the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'm happy that today, what we thought about doing 2 years ago, today we are launching the first liquid nitrogen plant here. We will do the same in Nyandarua. We will do the same in Meru, in Eldoret, in Sotik, and in Taita Taveta shortly. That will not only enhance service delivery with respect to artificial insemination, but it will make it that much more cheaper to our farmers. It is expected that with the rollout of these liquid nitrogen plants in the stations that I have mentioned, and in addition, I have directed the Ministry of Agriculture to include Kakamega, Kilifi, Marsabit, and Kitale, so that by next year we should be able to have additional centers where we can access liquid nitrogen together with semen that we can use to transform our cattle herds around the country. It is important that this liquid nitrogen plant rollout plan succeed because our animal herd in the country suffers from a bit of depression occasioned by inbreeding, insufficient AI facilities that makes it that much more uncompetitive. A huge section of the country does not have access to artificial insemination. I am told 34 out of 47 counties have some measure of access to artificial insemination. We progressively will engage county governments to make sure that artificial insemination is available in every county of Kenya, so that again, every farmer, wherever it is that they are, they will not only have an opportunity to have access to artificial insemination, but that service will be affordable and will be available at the shortest time possible. I want to congratulate KAGRI for the development that they have shown. We gave them a little money last year. We've seen what they are doing. Government is going to enhance the budget that will be available for this institution to train more professionals and to get modern equipment so that we can make semen available and of the right quality to all our farmers. Again, it is important for us to note that to be able to expand access to new high-quality breeds, partnering with the Polish government, for the first time, we will have facilities for embryo transfer made available to Kenya. Already, we have asked the Agricultural Development Corporation to prepare facilities, again in Kitale, so that we can bring equipment for embryo transfer that will cut down the time required to get hybrid cows from 15 years to 3 years. And with the facility that we are going to acquire, we will be able to get at least 50,000 embryo transfer facilities every year, so that in 5 years we will have gotten enough breed of pedigree or high quality cows, especially for dairy, so that again we can use that facility to improve the quality of our breed and enhance the productivity of our dairy cows. I want to encourage farmers to progressively work with the county governments and the artificial inseminators to eliminate areas of inbreeding and to eliminate cows or our dairy cattle being of a lesser quality because of using the same bull for a long time and sometimes not giving opportunity for new breeds to be rolled out. Yaani nimesema mimi nataka niwaulize wakulima, na mimi najua wakulima wananisikiza, ya kwamba mbali na facilities ya nitrogen plant ambazo tumesema tutaweka katika sehemu mbalimbali ya Kenya, na mbali na kuwauliza county government zote wajipange ili tuweze kushirikiana na wao tuweze kupata liquid nitrogen plant na mbegu ya kisasa ya ng'ombe ya mifugo, hasa ya dairy ama ya maziwa na ile ng'ombe ya nyama. Pia embryo transplant facility ambayo tumekubaliana na serikali ya Poland ya kwamba tutakuwa nayo tayari, tumemaliza tender. Hopefully we should be able to begin the delivery of those facilities beginning early next year. Pia tutaweza kupunguza siku ambazo ama wakati ambao unahitajika tuwe na ng'ombe pedigree kutoka miaka 15 mpaka miaka 3. Ndio wakulima wengi waweze kupata nafasi ya kupata ng'ombe ambayo ni ya hali ya juu ya kuzalisha maziwa na pia ng'ombe ya nyama. Vile vile hizi liquid nitrogen plants na ile program yote ambayo tunafanya, tunataka kupunguza gharama ya mbegu kwa wakulima. Saa hizi mbegu kwa average ni karibu shilingi 1,500. Tunataka next year when we roll out all these liquid nitrogen plants, that price should come down by half. Na inawezekana. Na pia nataka niwaulize county governments na wizara yenyewe wachunguze ni kwa sababu gani mbegu ambayo tunazalisha hapa kwa shilingi 250 inafika kwa mkulima shilingi 1,500. Ni nini inafanyika hapo katikati? What really happens? That is the question, that is the hard question that we need to answer as public servants. If we produce semen in this facility at 250 shillings, how does it end up to the farmer at 1,500? That's the hard question we need to answer. There is absolutely no reason, there is no justification for that kind of increase or that kind of escalation of price from production to the end user, the farmer. And I want to ask health service providers, managers of the agricultural and livestock sector in counties to begin to interrogate why we have costs that cannot be explained, that are not justified being transferred to ordinary farmers. The facilities we now have, these liquid nitrogen facilities we now have, should cut down that cost by half. We want county governments to step up their engagement with the farmers so that again we can look at areas where we can cut down costs, because ultimately if we can make artificial insemination affordable to farmers, we will increase the quality of our herd, we will increase our production of meat and milk, and it's going to be a bonus for everybody in the value chain. And I think that should be our target. Nilikuwa mahali na nilikuwa naambiwa ya kwamba kuna jamaa moja alikuwa ameenda kwa jirani yake kuuliza yeye, tafadhali nipatie ng'ombe yangu inahitaji ndume, tafadhali unipatie ndume iende kunisaidia kufanya hiyo kazi. Yule mjamaa akamwambia jirani yake, lakini hii ndume yangu iko busy. Sasa haiwezekani nikupatie hii ndume. Na unajua ndume hakuna kazi nyingine inafanya. Sasa hiyo kusema busy ni kusema wewe uende utafute AI facility. Wacha kusumbua jirani yako na ndume yake. Kwa sababu ndume imewekwa kwa mtungi. Sasa unaweza kupata ndume ambayo inaweza kupatia mbegu mzuri ya kisasa kupitia kwa artificial insemination. And I think it is something that we should work on. Vile Bwana Kidhinji amesema, kama serikali tuliona vile vile ni vizuri tuwajumuishe vijana wetu, hasa waliosoma katika animal health institutions. So last year we asked NYS to get animal health professionals or technicians to be trained on artificial insemination, and that we are going to give them kits so that we can make that facility of artificial insemination available to farmers at the nearest possible location. And we told the National Youth Service to contract at least 2 animal health professionals or technicians from every county of Kenya. And we are not only going to give them training, but we are going to give them an AI kit at half the price that is available in the market, so that they can progressively, we can progressively expand the availability of AI facilities to farmers around the country. And I am happy that the National Youth Service have discharged that responsibility. Today, we have here 463 health technicians properly trained. We are going to give them AI kits at half the price. We will expect them to pay the other half of the price progressively for 20 months. And we expect that with this facility, we should be able to reduce the cost of artificial insemination to the farmer. We should be able to reduce the cost of artificial insemination to the farmer. And we will also be able to get more young people involved with their knowledge and expertise in the agricultural sector. In the month of November and December, again, NYS is going to train another 600 animal health technicians, again to benefit from this program, progressively until we train 1,400 professionals, 3,000 professionals for under this program. So progressively, we are going to work with the farming community, county governments, and all other stakeholders to make sure that we roll out that program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also an occasion for me to inform the farming fraternity that because we take farming seriously, again, we have another program that we are going to roll out, another 1,000 milk cooling facilities around the country. I have already directed county governments to set up the basic infrastructure so that when we supply these milk cooling or milk chilling plants around the country, we will get the benefit of making sure that we have good quality milk, because our intention is to progressively professionalize the agricultural sector, to move it from subsistence agriculture to agro-processing, to manufacturing, value addition on the way to industrialization. And the steps that we will take to move our agriculture to where we want it to be requires these small steps: getting the right professionals, giving them the right equipment, getting mechanized facilities, enhancing our equipment along the value chain, and professionalizing the services so that progressively we can truly make Kenya an industrial country and be able to create, using value addition, agro-processing and manufacturing, be able to create more jobs for our young people. That is the progress that we want to move, and I am sure the Ministry of Agriculture has a role to play, the private sector have a role to play, county governments must play their role so that we can be able to deliver on this program, the whole lot of us, for the benefit of the millions of farmers and for the benefit of our country. I think I have said enough for this occasion. I am very happy that 463 young people today will get kits and that they will use these artificial insemination kits to make it that much more easy and affordable and accessible for farmers to access artificial insemination and improve the quality of our herd as we progress towards improving the quality of our production and the quality of milk and quality of beef that we get around the country. Ladies and gentlemen, with those many remarks, I want to say thank you very much. I wish you well. The young people, we are going to give you these kits today. We will recruit the next cohort of people to be trained as we promise the country. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Rose Chepkemoi from Baringo.
Okay.
Thomas Kibruto from Elgeyo Marakwet.
Fundisho wapi? Dale. Haya.
Evelyn Nasava from Bungoma. Ujipange hapo ili kwenda haraka haraka. Monica Mudhoni from Murang'a.
Unajua vile ya kufanya? Very good. Haya. Ulikuwa umesomea wapi?
Josephat Ngare from Kiambu.
Kitale. Very good. Very good. Nani mungwana, habari yako? Were you a trained professional before? Where? Nyahururu. Ahiti Nyahururu. Okay, very good.
Patrick Miti from Gajado. Alafu Anna Nekesa from Trans Nzoia.
Very good. Very good. Habari mama? Namna gani? Ulikuwa umetrain before wapi? Lomba. Lomba iko wapi? Embu, eh? Very good. Very good. Very good. Haya. Mungwana habari? Namna gani? Very good. Weka pande hiyo nyingine. Unaitwa nani? Ulikuwa umesomea wapi mbeleni? Chuka University. So umefundishwa hii, ulifundishwa wapi? Yata. Very good. Very good. Bari mami, how are you?
I'm fine.
Very good. You had gone to which college before?
I hit in Lomba.
I hit in Lomba, eh? Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'll call upon Dr. the MD for Kagrik to award some certificates.
Amboni Dairy Farm, Maiga Dairy Farm, second place. Chenana Farm, third place.
The bull before us is bull number 183, Loruk Heligo. It's also from a farm in Nanyuki, that's Loruk farm. The sire, it comes from a sire Bre Helgo. This was a prominent bull, Asha Brew from Canada, and the dam was able to
produce 7,500 liters of milk. And from the line, it's a line that can be dependent for good-sized cows. They have strong feet, strong posture, and well-set rear legs for the breeders. It's a good bull that can be depended upon by Asha farmers across the country. Bull number 191, Loruk Hedy Norman. It's also from Canadian Bull, Duo Star Nomad, and the dam Heidi. It's a good line, good performing in production. Also, the family produced over 7,000 liters in the lactation. The stature is good, and the rear view, the legs are well set for those who want to breed cows with a good rear udder width.
This is what we need to see in the bulls. We need deep cows so that they can take a lot of food and produce a lot of milk. He is deep on the front end, and this is what we need to see in a dairy cow. We have seen daughters who are doing very well in terms of production. You'll be able to get 23 liters of milk from them if well fed. Just cows, we know they take very little feeds in relationship to other breeds, and they can produce a lot of milk considering having eaten very little. So this is a good bull. This bull looks very fancy, and it is all we need to see in a bull. Thank you very much. Hiya. Next is a Parani bull, number 780. A deep bull, strong on the ramp, very wide at the rear head. There's a lot of meat, and this is what we want to see. This is what we want to see in a beef breed. Good legs, which enables him to walk long distances. It's long, that means he has enough space to put a lot of flesh. Has a lot of fleshing at the rear legs, and this is what we want to see in a beef breed like this Paran. Good top line, the shape light up, and it has all what we need to see in a bull. All is there in him. He is out of a Canadian bull, 4 inch. He's still young. He's a 2012 born, so he's about 2 years and 10 months now. He looks a long bull. The ramp length is good top line. It's a bull with a lot of promise. We believe he will be a very good bull because we haven't seen much of daughters because he's still young. They've just been in production for 1 year now. And it's a bull which has the depth, the length, and good deep front end. He has all it takes to be a breeding bull.
Leo tuko hapa kwa field day ya Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center. Madhumuni ya hii field day ni kuonesha farmers zile dume ambazo ziko kwa station, na pia hizo dume ndizo zinatumiwa na wakulima hasa wale wa dairy. Ingawaje tuko na dume wengine ambao ni wa beef, lakini majority ya bulls zile ziko hapa ni za dairy. Kuna dume aina za Friesian, dume aina za Asha, dume aina za Gansi, dume aina ya Jersey, iko dume aina ya Boran ambayo ni ya mnyama, na iko Sahiwal ambayo ni ya dual purpose. Kwa hivyo wakulima wakija hapa, mbali na kuona dume, wanaona pia vibanda zingine ambazo zinaonesha ufugaji vile wakulima wanaweza kuwa nayo. Tukiweza kufahamu mambo ya uzalishaji ama breeding pia inaleta shida saa zingine usipotumia dume wale wazuri, kwa sababu wakulima wengi wanatumia dume wenyewe, na wasipotumia mbegu kama za AI huwa inarudisha mazao chini, kwa vile kuna kitu inaitwa inbreeding. Napata wanatumia dume ambayo ni related na zile ng'ombe zinapandishwa. Kwa hivyo hayo yanaleta madhara ya inbreeding na inafanya maziwa inapunguka, hata ng'ombe kuwa inarudi chini, na tunapata reduction in performance ya hizo animals. Kwa hivyo hii field day inafanywa baada ya kila miaka miwili, na tukiona leo kwa ratiba ya leo kulikuwa pia na uzinduzi wa hiyo liquid nitrogen plant ambayo ni muhimu sana kwa utoaji wa mbegu na kuhifadhi mbegu, kwa vile wakitumia kwa processing hapa wanatumia liquid nitrogen, na pia kuhifadhi mbegu huko kwa field wanatumia liquid nitrogen. Kwa hivyo serikali imeweka mikakati ya kuweka liquid nitrogen plants kama vile mlivyosikia Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais akisema. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea hivi ili wakulima waweze kuzalisha ng'ombe zao kwa njia ambayo inafaa. Ukiangalia hapa nyuma sasa utaona dume wale wako hapo. Kwa hii station kuna dume 135 kwa sasa, ambapo wengi wao kama 65 ni Frisian, kama 62 ni Asha, alafu hizo zingine ni hizo breed ambazo nilitaja. Kwa hivyo utaona kwamba kwa hii station kuna dume wengi ni wa Frisian na Asha, na hiyo inamaanisha kwamba wakulima wengi pia hizo ndizo breed ambazo wanaziweka. Kwa hivyo hayo ndio tumekuwa nayo siku ya leo, na tumefurahi wakulima walifika ili waweze kupata masomo kulingana na uzalishaji wa mambo ya ng'ombe.
I'm Rispa Nyaboke from Kisii County. I am an AI technician. I trained in Kitale last year, December. The training was good because we were facilitated with everything. We were working under NYS. I think we'll be good service to farmers in our various counties. Yeah, it was a good experience training like an AI. Even if gender balance is not that quite well. Yeah, ladies we were few, but I urge even some ladies to do AI. It's not a men's course.
My name is Polycarp Nyakundi. I come from Kisii County. I'm very impressed with the program because we've received what was a promise, and we really thank the government and under the Jubilee government that it has done and fulfilled the promise they gave to us. AI generally is very nice because it has improved the breeds and we get good products, especially milk. Thank you so much.
Mimi naitwa Chief Kwany Serem kutoka Bomet County. Mimi hufuga ng'ombe na nimewahi kutumia AI kwa muda mrefu tangu 1996. Tuseme karibu sasa miaka 20 nikitumia. Na yote nimekuwa nikifuata theory, lakini siku ya leo nimekuja nimejionea practically vile selection ya ndume inafanywa. Na tumeritika, tulikuja na watu wa kwangu karibu kwetu wakulima 40, na leo karibu kila mmoja ameelewa. Unajua kuna ufumi ya kwamba hizo semen hatujui inatoa ng'ombe aina gani. Hata kwanza kuna hii mambo ya GMOs nini, so imekuwa ikiogofya sana watu wengine. Hawezi kukubali sana hii mambo ya ndume AI. Lakini sasa siku ya leo tumeona, tumeangalia, tumekagua ng'ombe vile ndume inakuwa selected, na tumeritika ya kwamba ni njia nzuri ya kuimprove your heart.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
I think it's a good move. There's a new concept which will actually bring out the story of government.
It's a mouthpiece.
I'm glad you're joining this army of tsetse fly eradication in Africa.
It's a welcome idea. It's an idea whose time has come.
Without exaggerations or without actually putting more salt or more sugar, I might say you guys, you are on the right track.
Nobody has ever covered us with what we do. What we get mostly, we get stones thrown at us, what we haven't done, and nobody really looks at what we have done. Anytime one talks about government, especially in the media, is about the negatives. And truly speaking is that there's always the positive side of government, which is never highlighted.
Most of the media, actually, and that's most of the cases we have had here, that every time they come and cover, they go and give the wrong feedback or the negative feedback.
Please be part of us. Please help us to disseminate this information so that Africa can be free from this primitive scourge.
Parastatal TV will go a long way to give it that positive story.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations. The Kenya Film Classification Board has recommended that the broadcasting licenses of media houses that violate free-to-air TV and radio rules be revoked. KFCB Chief Executive Ezekiel Mutua also wants law enforcement agencies to impose cash fines on service providers who breach the programming code that took effect last July.
As Kenya Film Classification Board, we have been monitoring. In fact, we have beefed up our broadcast monitoring unit to be able to give us real-time reports on whether broadcast stations are complying with the programming code or not. By end of this month, we are going to produce the first quarter. The first quarter will show who has complied and who has not. Now, the consequences for defiance and for non-compliance are within your license. And if people thought this was a joke, wait until the report comes out, because it's a judicial process, it's a document that will be used in the court of law. We are keen to ensure that as we apply the programming code, there is discussion, there is dialogue, that there is conversation between ourselves and the industry.
The code, among other rules, requires broadcasters to air at least 40% local content within the first year of licensing. Broadcasters who violate the rules are liable to a penalty ranging between 500,000 shillings to 0.2% of their gross earnings. Where there is extreme violation of the code, such as continuous airing of unrated adult content during the day, KFCB will sue the broadcasters.
There are mistakes, there are challenges, there are unethical practices, but those ones I hope we can create a national conversation and all of us agree that we are doing it as Kenyans, not government versus the media. That's the approach we have taken. It does not mean that we have thrown away the laws. The laws still apply, And if push comes to shove, we are going to apply the law. And we are hoping that we will not have to revoke any license.
Mr. Mutua was speaking during the signing of an agreement with the Digital Broadcasters Association at his office in Nairobi.
This MOU is motivated by the parties' desire to establish a sustainable framework for cooperation to ensure that all films and television programs aired by members of the Digital Broadcast Association are submitted to the Kenya Film Classification Board for examination and classification in line with the programming code for free-to-air radio and television services in Kenya, as well as other laws governing the distribution of film and broadcast content in the country. In this regard, we seek to work together with the members of the DBA to protect children from exposure to harmful content by ensuring proper rating and the classification of content to comply with the watershed period as provided for under Section 46I of the Kenya Information and Communications Act, and obviously as stipulated in the programming code for free-to-air radio and TV stations in Kenya.
The programming code stipulates that broadcast content should be properly rated and classified in compliance with the watershed period as provided under the Kenya Information and Communication Act.
Cap 222 of the laws of Kenya to regulate the creation, broadcasting, possession, distribution, and exhibition of film by classifying films in order to maintain public order and uphold national values. In addition, the Kenya Information and Communications Act of 2008 expanded the Kenya Film Classification Board mandate to include monitoring broadcast stations to ensure content meant for adult audiences is not aired during the watershed period, which is between 5 in the morning and 10 in the evening. And Digital Broadcasters Association of Kenya, which is a society registered under the Societies Act Cap 108, whereas the parties desire to further the foregoing cooperation in the interest of ensuring that film and program content aired by the Digital Broadcast Association stations are classified and meet the standards as provided in the law, specifically Information and Communications Act, Film and Stage Plays Act, and the Programming Code for free-to-air radio and television services in Kenya. The parties further desire to promote mutual interests through collaboration in providing and keeping to the respective legal mandates and supporting each other to realize their stated objectives. They now hereby agree to enter into a memorandum of understanding whose articles are provided hereunder.
Only 45 media houses in the country have complied with the code's requirements. Broadcasters are required to display the KFCB's classification symbol and voiceover at the beginning of every program.
Okay, then Madam is the witness, and Lois, you're a witness. Okay.
So, a witness?
Yes, please. Okay. Oh, this one is also inside there. In the presence of our witnesses and the members of the DPA and my colleagues at the Kenya Film Classification Board, exchange these documents as a sign of the genesis or the beginning of our journey that we'll work together in ensuring that we have proper content regulation in the country. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and I'm so pleased that this has come to be.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's work together. Yeah. Okay?
For Parastatal TV, I am PK Wanjiru. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
This is the Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, which is located in Lower Kabete, and it mainly deals in germplasm production for purposes of distribution to the farming community. And it was established basically to have as one of the major resources for purposes of gene bank for conservation of animal resources. It was also mainly established for conservation of posterity and avail livestock tissues, DNA, semen, and embryos for all livestock and emerging livestock in Kenya. Also, it engages in strategic production and distribution of animal germplasm. Animal germplasm meaning semen and embryos, which mainly we do production either on the site in Kagrik or at the farmer's level. We also serve as a reference laboratory for certification testing of semen, embryos, and related livestock production materials for purpose of import and export. So in collaboration also with other institutions, we develop and produce chemicals and laboratory products for use in production of semen in the lab. And also we collaborate with other institutions to provide information, suitability and effectiveness of animal breeding products. We similarly do training, and this involves training of sector service providers, students, farmers, and breeders who are involved in the use and utilization of the technologies, reproductive technologies. Our partners mainly are farmers, who are our major partners. We have AI service providers. We have the breeders, that is livestock breeders, who deal in a number of species of animals, that is like goat breeders, like cattle breeders. All those are collaborators. The government agencies we collaborate with include the Kenya Dairy Board, because they use, their main product is milk, which mainly focus, because we have breeding bulls for dairy, and KCC, which of course deals in the same, and also the Kenya Veterinary Board, which mainly deals with regulation of the veterinary profession. And here, since we are a certified body, all the staff here, that is the veterinarians working in this institution, inclusive of the technologists, the livestock technicians, are all regulated by the Kenya Veterinary Board. So basically those are the institutions which we collaborate with closely. We work with closely with the International Livestock Research Institute, that's ILRI, mainly in germplasm evaluation and production, so that we do research in terms of new methodologies or technologies which can be suitable for purposes of conservation. Also, we collaborate with universities in that area. I must say that the livestock sector has benefited so much to the trainings we undertake, because when we focus on, say, farmers, we mainly take them through record keeping. We also take them through a bull catalog interpretation, so that I can be able to select the best bulls. And when it comes to students, for example, we have quite a number on one-day training. We have those on internships who are also in our institution. And this has impacted to a very high level, to a level that even the region, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Eritrea, bring their students here, basically for training in laboratory undertaking, so that they can be able to run their own labs the best way possible. Tale plant, as at the moment, is at design stage, and the foundation stone is now laid, and we expect that when it comes into functionality, it is going to collaborate with this institution and add to cement production and technology use, so that this country can move to the next level. By such a time next year, it will be up and running, because its initial facilities like the laboratory and bull holding facilities will be in place. So we expect by 2017, it will have its first batch of bulls in production. For this time, we have set up satellite liquid nitrogen production plants, which also are going to act as cement storage facilities, so as to be able to ensure that these facilities, the farmer, the AI service provider, has access to these two products, the liquid nitrogen and the cement, for purposes of improving our livestock sector. And also, in addition, we have the goat AI facilities. They are located in Kirinyaga, and mainly as at now, we are using them to produce goat AI semen. And for now, we have also trained goat AI inseminators in this country, and they will make use of the semen now under production. According to the strategic plan, our strategic plan 2013-2017, we are now nearly at 1 million doses being produced at Kagrik. And this in itself has kind of satisfied the local consumption, the farming community. But we intend by this time next year, that is 2016, and by 2017, we shall be at 1.5 million. And at that level then, we shall be able to serve even our neighbors, Uganda, Tanzania, and even Ethiopia. So we have put mechanisms in place to ensure that this is possible within the coming 1 year, because we've modernized our labs, we have had to recruit more bulls, and of course, we have also impressed further production in our other farms. Yeah. The thing that we're proud of is that for the past 1 year, we've had our website in place. That is www.kagrik.co.ke. And through this, we have been able to interact with our farming community. We've also been able to do all procurement on that website. So we are able now to be accessed easily internationally in whichever way. So we have more inquiries, and we're interacting with our agencies, the farmers, through that particular website. And this has improved our visibility, and our product sales have now increased. We are happy about it. Yeah. Other milestones which we have achieved is that we've been able to increase our production, cement production, to the level of up to 1 million, which had not been for a long time since the station started. And we have also had to modernize our infrastructure in both at Kagrik, That is, we have done road network. We've modernized our bull cement canopy, cement collection canopy, which has not been there for quite a while. We've also acquired a new liquid nitrogen plant, which now is in production, and we are quite happy about it. And finally, the laboratories. We have now the state-of-the-art equipment, which has enabled us to reach that level of production. And first of all, through our partners, like the World Bank, has supported us to come up with the satellite stations. They supported us to put up 4 nitrogen plants, 1 in Kagrik and 3 in outside Kagrik in the regions, that's Meru, Nyahururu and Eldoret. And as at now, we also are collaborating with Olpejeta in doing our ET, embryo transfer technology, so that we can be able to source our bulls through that technology instead of using our traditional method, which mainly has been from the breeders around the country. So basically, in that partnership with the development partners, we have had to achieve so much. And as at now, even the government has put in more money to ensure that infrastructure for nitrogen production continues. So we expect 2 more plants, which we are already in the procurement stage, to be located in Sotik and Kirinyaga. The main challenge which we had in the brief period is sourcing of our bulls. You know, we had been sourcing our bulls through collaboration with breeders, livestock breeders around the country. But year in, year out, we've utilized these breeders and we have exhausted the animals, the animal population from which we were sourcing these bulls. And we were fearing that if we continue that way, it would lead to inbreeding. So what we have done to mitigate that is that we've now adopted the embryo transfer technology, and in collaboration with ET practitioners within the country and from South Africa, we're now going to have our source of bulls being through the embryo transfer, which is going to be done in Olpejeta. And from there we shall get the bulls to our station, and the female calves which will be born, we intend to have them on our nuclear farms so that we develop them as a source of our bulls in the future. And the other challenge we had is the source of fodder. We have a kind of reached maximum use of the farmlands we have for the sender, and so our fodder production was at 50% on farms. That is, we're producing about 20,000 bales of fodder for our bulls, but the requirement is 50,000. So what we've done is that we have, through government initiative, they have given us now more land at Ngong Veterinary Farm and also Machakos Veterinary Farm. And through this, we're going to have another 200 acres for fodder production. And this will lead to adequate fodder production for our bull maintenance at the station. Staff capacities have also been an issue, and this we're doing with the assistance of the board. We are recruiting new staff, those that we require to beef up our structure staff establishment. And also we have now focused on training so that we up the capacities of our staff in the station. Our future plans, mainly we are focusing on two areas. Put up a new state-of-the-art laboratory to respond to the need for the technologies, the technologies that are reproductive technologies in place, so that we be able to, one, produce enough semen for purposes of serving the farmer, and two, to have an arm of germplasm conservation, so that we have a gene bank for purposes of conserving our animal resource. We also intend to look into staff welfare. Our staff as at now, they are housed around the institution, the Kagrik institution. And the housing that was put up during the colonial days is now dilapidated. And we have a plan that, given funds, which we are also now requesting from our collaborators, we shall be able to put up new facilities for them to house them so that they get motivated. And of course, finally, sustainable production of fodder. We intend to have more land that belongs to Kagrik so that we be able to produce enough fodder for utilization of our bulls. Yes. So far we are happy because as it is today, is the government which has put in funds for purposes of transforming this institution. You recall that AI institutions in 1966, that is when the Kenya National Artificial Insemination Service was put in place. And as at that time, this facility was given a major injection, and that's when the labs were put up, the administration block and all that, bulls, increased bulls for purpose of semen production were put in place. Over time, that was run down. And as at now, what we have put in is a transformative agenda to have a new image of what Kagrik is to respond to the needs of Vision 2030, the livestock sector as the 21st century requirements. Because the farmers now have adopted new technologies and they would like very high productivity. So we can't sit back and say the 50-year-old initiative is enough. It has done its best. Now, that is why we're putting in new laboratories, new agenda, so that we be able to adopt new technologies to respond to the need as at now. Electronic chip, for one, it has three agenda. The first one is a disease management tool, disease control tool, to be able, it's a radio identification, a radio frequency identification device. So this device, once put into the animal, it can be traced through a reader. So with this then, if animal moves from one point to another for purposes of sale, for purposes of grazing, pasture, for purposes of any other purpose, it can be traced as to the source. So traceability for disease purposes is achieved. And two, traceability for purposes of productivity. This is in dairy. Dairy, we would like to identify animals, high-producing animals, so that we are able at any one time that this is a high-producing animal, it produces the best. If we are selling, say, to outside country, that chip goes with the same. So it is able to be traced to be as a Kenyan animal of genetic makeup traced to Kenya. And 3, security in terms of areas where cattle rustling takes place. These animals, when they are rustled from one point to another, you can, through this RFID technology, be able to trace and say this animal belongs to such a farmer in such a place. Yeah, so it achieved 3 levels. 1 year on, for one, my experience is that I've managed to transform staff attitudes. They were fixed. They were resistant to change. But for now, we are talking the same language. They are ready to change over, and they see the way where we are going. They are now sharing the dream which I had when I came in. So what I would tell you I have managed to do is that we are now ready to take off on the new transformative agenda as CAGRIC and as CAGRIC staff and even our stakeholders. So that is one thing which wholesomely, I'm confidently saying, we are now harmonized as staff in management, as board of directors who have now come in as new, and as stakeholders in the breeding industry. We are all sharing the same. And that is why, through the infrastructure development, through the outlying substations, the Kitale substation, the GOAT AI in Kirinyaga, and all those other dreams we have, we now sharing them, and the government is ready to now support us. Even the outside partners, like other breeding societies around the world, they are now admiring to come through CAGRIC so as to be able to address African livestock productivity agenda. So that in 1 year, I feel that's what we have achieved. So we are ready to move in that direction together. My message to the farmers and stakeholders in general in the livestock sector is that let's collaborate. Let's collaborate to be able to achieve the modernizing of our livestock sector for the betterment of our society, because we have Vision 2030. Its agenda is livestock productivity. The Jubilee Manifesto talks of revamping the dairy sector. So let's collaborate and achieve all this as our dream and as a country. Thank you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Are you a business person? Where would you like your business to be in the next 5 years? Well, you don't have to wait for 5 years. Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is now giving you a platform that will make this a reality by giving you affordable rates with an already wide viewership.
Call us now on 020-4400-777 or 0791-799-998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights.
The two words information and communication are often used interchangeably, but they signify quite different things. Information is given out, communication is getting through.
Parastatal TV is a media platform that enables state cooperation, share development projects and experiences.
We are keen on promoting government-citizen communication for better service delivery to help seek a common development ground with the aim of transforming our country.
Our vision is to be the leading source of information for all state corporations to connect with the citizens.
We are the voice of parastatals. Many times when you hear about those who need a voice, we always imagine the weak. But in this case, we are speaking for the government. Yes, outnumbered by those it serves. This part of democracy can go unappreciated as it receives more blames than praise in any given country.
The government is entrusted with the directive to serve the people, and Parastatal TV exists to ensure communication between the government and the people.
This medium carries forth a message of hope, highlighting on the activities undertaken by the government with the interest of its citizens. Think about the roads we use, the energy power, quality education, environmental sustainability, security, the government hospitals, all these parastatals working together for the betterment of its citizens, and that is where we come in.
The government policies are formulated through the legislature and actualized at parastatal level by developing forums, promoting debates and discussions on issues relevant to parastatal and the people of its country.
We are a 24-hour business station, easily accessible, highly optimized website, www.parastatalafrica.com, a fast and interactive social media platform to break down all the existing geographical boundaries in order to pave way for the vision.
Parastatal TV also acts as a platform to gauge the people's response to the parastatals. This is made possible in the feedback on a 24-hour line at the TV station as well as on the online platform.
Located along East Africa's first superhighway is Parastatal TV that is speaking up for the government and putting their work in the limelight.
Talk to us today and be part of the vision as we make our nation a better place.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Parastatal TV.
Be the change you want to see.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
My name is Catherine Jao from Parastatal Africa. We're here to get a brief on what the prisons have achieved so far and the reforms that they're conducting. I'm joined by
David Masharia, I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Prisons.
All right. To start off, Mr. David, I would like to get a brief on what are some of the achievements that the prisons have achieved so far.
Thank you. Broadly, other than being able to execute our mandate as a department, basically containment of inmates and rehabilitating them, we could say one of the main achievements we have made is to open up ourselves to the general public. In the past, we have been like a closed organization, but for the last 10, 15, 20 years, we have seen the department being open to the members of the public. We are interacting with organizations that we could not interact with before, including even the media. And that's why you can now attest to this, that this interview is taking place
it couldn't have taken place maybe 20, 25 years ago. We have adopted what has loosely been called an open door policy, where anyone who has an interest in what we are doing, they want to know our challenges, they want to come in and support us, or they just want to benefit from some of our activities, we have left our doors open for them to do that.
All right.
We have also done a lot in terms of the way we treat our inmates, the way we provide for them, compared to what used to happen 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. Earlier, the concept of imprisonment was taken to be kind of punitive, but by and large, that has been dispensed with, and we have adopted the practice of treating inmates, as it were, as human beings. Greater observation of international good practices has been our major guide. In terms of welfare of staff and welfare of inmates, that's another area we have given a lot of focus. In terms of their training, in terms of professionalizing the force, the service, to enable us now address the needs of our customers, mainly the inmates, the staff, and also members of the public.
All right. The prisons saw a massive reforms, especially during the leadership of Mudi Awori. So has the guard of leadership in any way affected the reforms that are taking place?
I would say no. The change of guard has not. Maybe it has accelerated, because already is something that we have seen as useful. So anything that would come between us and the expected success in achieving our objectives, we actually work against that. So I would say the current leadership is fully committed to seeing the reforms that were initiated during the time of Mudi Awori. We used to call him Uncle Mudi. And any others that are being initiated currently receive our full support, the whole support of the leadership, plus now those who are, the support staff.
All right. And the budgetary allocations, there have been deficits in the various budgetary allocations. Would you say the 2015-2016 budgetary allocation is enough to sustain you?
Usually, this has been one of our major challenges. Is budgetary allocation would usually not be enough, but we keep reviewing and engaging our counterparts in the treasury. We keep reviewing our budgeting so that we give realistic figures to the treasury, the budget office. Yes, but I can admit that shortage of funds, call it inadequate budgetary allocation, has been a major challenge.
All right. Yeah. And how is the prisons embracing the public-private partnerships?
Public-private partnership, first of all, is by making ourselves open. I talked of the open door policy. Yes. So that before, people never used to know what prisons exist for. Yeah. There was an area of fear. There was an opaqueness that what when I jailer to they ask now, what do they do? Are we allowed to go and engage them? Can we go and maybe interview them? Can we go and visit their farms? Can we go and, there has been a greater understanding of ourselves as a department by members of the public. And by so doing, we have seen many organizations, many individuals locally and abroad now coming to us to give us support. We have a service charter, we have a lot of documentation that we are currently doing, which we share with many stakeholders. We also attend any meeting, any gathering that we feel will give us an opportunity to engage with the stakeholders or the private sector to the extent that we will be able to be understood and supported.
All right.
Maybe even appreciated.
Okay. Technologies, it has become very important, and every other institution is embracing technology. So which are some of the technological advancements that you guys are embracing in running your activities?
It's true, technology has been, in the past, has been a challenge for us.
Yeah.
First, because of maybe lack of skills to apply that technology. Secondly, lack of finance, funding, because of the shortage that we're just talking about. But now, seeing the need for that, we don't want to be left. We haven't been left behind actually. And as you can see, I am now able to do my own mails without having to refer to my secretary. I'm computer literate personnel, and many other officers currently are computer literate. Though we have not fully computerized the department, it is something that we are now doing. We have a lot of our data management now through IT. We have an IT unit that is dealing with that. In the field, we have, for security purposes, we have instituted the use of metal detectors, like you saw when you are coming in, which are now helping us to, maintain our security, the security of our institutions, much better than we used to do before. The use of the internet, the emails, most of the communication that have been going on between us for this particular feature was through the internet, small emails, without having to write those long mails by the time they're delivered, etc., etc. So we are into use of technology, though we need maybe to do a little more so that we are fully there.
In the prison service, digitizing the prisoners' records.
Yes, that is in the process. In most of the facilities now, we can access prisoners' data, online, and this has made it very easy and fast. Instead of just asking for a small document to be delivered by bus or by a runner from one of the far-flung stations, the touch of the button, you will know the number of inmates you have today, who is convicted for a certain offense. If you want to know their ages, break down the touch of a button.
All right.
Yes.
Which are some of the rehabilitation programs that you have running in the prisons, and how successful would you say these have been with some of the inmates?
Rehabilitation is one of our key mandates, rehabilitation of inmates. And all along, we have engaged them in a program that suit their requirements. And apart from now, the one that give them technical skills, like carpentry work, motor mechanics, building, farm work, painting, etc., etc. We have also programs that focus on the mind, or on the heart, because you agree that behavior that leads to maybe criminal acts, they come from the mind. So we are focusing on the minds of the inmates, so that they can change their thinking and they can change their behavior when they go out. So one of the programs we have, this aspect of offering them psychosocial counseling. Psychosocial counseling, we have the trained counselors. And recently, that's one of the areas where we drew a lot of professional staff, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, Then for the spiritual nourishment, we have our chaplaincy, composed of the Christians and the Muslims, so that the spiritual needs are catered for while they are in custody.
All right. I'll touch on healthcare. At a time when there was the cholera outbreak, so how does the service ensure that proper healthcare is taken? And in the case of HIV, the inmates who are living with HIV/AIDS, what steps are taken to ensure that they are safe and they are healthy?
First and foremost, for health and hygiene, we have a fully fledged department, sub-department within the service called the Kenya Prisons Health Service. And it's very well established. We have our own staff. Currently, we are employing our own staff, although we still have the bulk that are seconded to us by the Ministry of Health. And in every facility, we have a medical, call it a medical unit, maybe for lack of a better word, just call it a hospital.
Okay.
If the health and hygiene needs are not met by the personnel that are there, we usually refer them to the nearby government hospital, either district, provincial, referral hospitals. So the health of the inmates and staff are taken care of. At the same time, we have public health technicians within the department who on daily basis now monitor the health and the hygiene of the facilities. And also, even technically, not even technically, our own staff, as officers in charge, cleanliness of prisons is a routine operation. So every day there's a gang of inmates. By gang, there's a group of inmates whose duty is to maintain cleanliness in the staff lines, in the sleeping compounds, the prisoner sleeping compounds, when their beddings are aired and the windows are open. All that is monitored by an officer with a group of inmates whose duty allocation in prison is exactly that. Usafi ya jela. If I can use our local language.
Our national language.
If it is not, if a prison is not clean, as an officer in charge, certainly you are judged very, very badly, very negatively. So that's it.
Right. There were plans to transform the community health center into a referral hospital. How far is this?
Before I come to that, you mentioned also those who may come to us HIV/AIDS. So screening is done on entry. And for anyone who may be in that condition, they are given treatment that is commensurate with their status. First, in terms of medical care. When they need the medical care, they are given. When they need special diet, they are given that. Yeah. When they need counseling, peer counseling, they are also given that. And then the normal ordinary support that is required inside. We have a very, very active AIDS control unit. Prison HIV/AIDS control unit is one of the most active, I would say, in the country. Yes.
All right. The plans to transform community health center into a referral hospital. What is the progress of that?
The progress is on course. Is on course, and we are in constant touch with the Ministry of Health. They are supervising that, and that is something that we are looking forward to. And we believe, within a reasonable period of time, it will attain that status.
Yes. There were plans to build a girls' postal center at community still.
Yes.
What is the progress?
Yes, specifically it is called Kamai. Kamai Girls Postal Institution. That will be its official name. It is within the larger community prison compound. And it became the need. Before this, we only had a postal institute for boys. Certainly there was a need for one for girls. And it has made very good progress. Good funding, sufficient funding provided by the government for that. And it is being constructed under the supervision of the Ministry of Works. And progress, I could say, is maybe 90-95% complete. It should be opening in the next, certainly in less than 1 year.
Right.
I can say that, and then we can start admitting postal girls in that premier institution.
Which are some of the government agencies and state corporations that you work with, and how would you describe your relationship with them?
Our relationship with the government agencies and other stakeholders that we are working with has been very good, very, very warm, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Like I said in the beginning, we have not been very open in the distant past, and we thought that was working against us. So we have sought to establish and maintain very good working relationship with those who have interest in us, or those we have interest in, focusing on our main customer, who is the prisoner. And in this case, we are working with mostly the judiciary. The judiciary we work closely with, We work very closely with the police. We work very closely with the Department of Probation and Aftercare Services. We work very closely with not just the government institutions, like recently the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. They are coming to prisons every other day. They want to make inquiries or to see how prisoners are being treated. Legal Resources Foundation, that's another one we are working very closely with, especially when it comes to offering our staff training in paralegal services and a number of few others. What I can say strongly is that we are getting very, very close interactions with the stakeholders who have an interest in dealing with inmates. And of course we are seeing a lot of benefits out of that, and we would encourage more and more to work with us.
Okay. The case of encroachment of prison land. There have been cases, and I know there are cases in court. How are you handling this, and what do you feel is the government assisting you enough to ensure that prison land is not taken up by private developers?
Yeah, it's true. In the past, there was some encroachment where some prison lands were taken up either by individuals or some organizations. And the department took that up seriously with the Ministry of Lands to survey and offer certificates or title deeds to prison lands, including those that have not been grabbed or encroached on, so that we can prevent future encroachment. One of the weaknesses in the past was we had some lands that were not, the documents for those lands were not maybe available. It would have been easy for someone to say, okay, baka hapa, this one is mine. Or they can lay claim on it, and then we start now casing. So what we have done is we have identified all those land pieces and parcels that were encroached upon, and we have taken up the matter with the judiciary. A lot of them are now in courts, and they are progressing, and we hope we will get certainly fair judgment. Where it is true that the land belongs to prison, lazima itarudishwa. And also that work with the land now to take care of all parcels that have either not been fully surveyed or fully or well documented, that is done as a priority.
What are some of the challenges that you encounter, and maybe what are some of the mitigation challenges that the service has put in place to counter these?
In the beginning, we talked of budgetary allocation. Yes. Our funding has not been, up to the expected level. So the way we are dealing with this is getting, regular communication with the Treasury, and also being involved in the way we do budgeting is done. That, we are not shortchanged. That vigorous budgeting, no item is left, no item is, explained. Sometimes Treasury said, we didn't know that you needed this much because you didn't tell us. So we assumed for food you only require maybe 10,000, for example. Well, in the real sense, if you told us you wanted 25,000, even if you didn't get 25, maybe you could have given 22 or 21, something like that. The area of congestion has been a major problem facing us. Because our capacity is always over by nearly, almost in some places, 100%. So congestion, overcrowding is a problem because we do not have enough space in some cases. In other cases, we have inmates who should have been engaged in other activities. The court should have diverted them to other activities instead of bringing them to prison. And that congestion now becomes a problem. Then we are dealing with this. One, we are putting in extra accommodation. We have been funded to put in extra accommodation wards, we call them accommodation wards, or accommodation blocks for inmates. We rehabilitate the old ones, and we also build new ones. New prisons are also being built in a number of areas, Vihiga, Tok, many other new districts. Yes. Maybe staffing has also been a challenge. You may see all these fellows in uniform, but given the recommended staff inmate ratio, we are still below the internationally accepted standard. Yes. So we will continue, of course, engaging Treasury to give us more money to recruit more staff. We will, of course, continue training and retraining our staff so that they are equal to the expectations of handling modern inmates, modern suspects.
And moving forward, what are some of the future plans that the Kenya Prison Service has?
One, I just closely hinted to professionalizing the force, the service. We want to have a service with officers who are capable of handling every kind of inmate who is brought to us. Starting now with the modern crimes that we didn't have before. Drug inmates, terrorists, cybercrime, a few others. Criminals are becoming more clever and more complicated. We want to train our officers to be equal to that task. And in so doing, we are now, the current recruitment that we have just undertaken this year has taken a consideration of that. We have recruited a lot of professionals in various fields, who will be now taking the service forward.
Okay. And staff welfare, is that properly looked into?
That's an area that is key again, because a happy officer is certainly likely to give in more than one who is always complaining, we didn't have this is not being done, nobody cares about us, and then so on and so forth. So welfare, we have a welfare section. We have a welfare section. Welfare section is under the Directorate of Rehabilitation that we spoke about. So when rehabilitation takes care of inmates, the welfare aspect takes care of the welfare of staff. So in terms of provision of uniform, we have picked that as one of our entry points. Before, you could hear officers saying, oh, I only have one pair of shoes, I only have one pair of uniform which I wash at night. But now, at any one time, each officer has 2 pairs of uniform at the minimum. The aspect of the health unit within our department that I spoke about, it also takes care of the staff aspect of health. Provision of recent provision of good transport, extra transport since the time of Komodo, like you said. It was not only for inmates, because the same transport is being used to ferry staff when they are going for any engagement. Yes.
All right. Something that I want you to touch on briefly. We visited the prisons and they're doing really good work. The woodwork, the metalwork. Do they gain from this such that if I'm an inmate and I get released, do I have something that I know at least my family will benefit from this because I've been, doing this from the prisons?
Yes, other than now saying the prisoner has attained the skills that they can rely on when they go out. And this one has happened, we can count many inmates who have now their own small workshops, self-employed, or they have employed 1 or 2 people. That one is a direct benefit. Their families, of course, they would benefit from that also. But when prisoners are being released, there is something we call an earning scheme. So as they are in, there's a small amount of money that is kept for them, which they get upon release.
How much?
We also connect them. There's a discharge board on admission. There's a board that considers the rehabilitation needs of every inmate.
Alright.
On discharge, the reception board now converts itself to a discharge board. That sort of looks at the needs of the prisoner who is being discharged. And this is the one that now connects them with possible employers or possible supporters who can either give them like tools or some little extra money, maybe to boost them up.
Alright.
But it's an area that, of course, requires a constant review.
The amount that they earn, well, I know the figure is not high. Are there any plans to review this? The figure that they get when in the prison?
Yes, in the proposed act, this has been addressed in the proposed act, because it's true, but it may not be as much as one would want. They may not get as much as they would want, but it should be realistic. And the current act that is being reviewed, which should actually be launched maybe within the month, we get to know about this, has addressed that aspect of compensating inmates for their labor quite widely.
Alright.
Yes.
And is there a ready market for the products that they make?
Yes, there is a ready market. There is a ready market, and one of the things that we do is we advertise our items. We have opened showrooms in most of our prisons, and we of course inform the members of the public that the items in there are for sale. They are not just for inmates or for staff. They are for the members of the public. During shows, agricultural shows, the famous one being Nairobi, prisons is one of the key participants. We compete with all these big farms, you see, big ministries, big organizations, and we are just a small department. That is something I can say with pride. That is one of the avenues that we use to market the products that are made by inmates. And there is a lot of light up that we do so that the members of the public can be informed about that fact. And at any one time, in any corner where agricultural shows and other exhibitions are taking place, we make a lot of sales. Of course, most of the money is plowed back to the same rehabilitation activities.
Still on that, the machinery, especially we visited the shoe section, and you realize that maybe need machinery and maybe other facilities to help them, improve the supply and the production. Are there any plans as you address the technological issues to address the machinery issue?
Yes, there is. The director of technical services, currently we are calling it director of prison enterprises, is working on that. It's a constant review. There's a need actually to modernize our workshops, and I think a lot of focus has gone into that. It is true. We need to have more modern machines for the sake of efficiency in our production.
As we wind up, what is your parting shot and what message do you have for the young generation?
Okay, good. So my advice to the young generation is crime, crime does not pay. Crime does not pay. Let's avoid any activities that may bring us into conflict with the law, so that we benefit from the services that are being offered to us by various actors. For prisons, I would say we appreciate the organizations and individuals who have partnered with us. It is time now for everyone to come on board. We are open, and obviously we are doing a good job. I would say we are doing a good job in an area that had previously been misunderstood, and in an area that needs to be, invigorated so that we can move ahead better than we used to do before. Thank you.
Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Are you a business person? Where would you like your business to be in the next 5 years? Well, you don't have to wait for 5 years. Parastatal TV and Parastatal Africa magazine is now giving you a platform that will make this a reality by giving you affordable rates with an already wide viewership.
Call us now on 020 44 000 77 or 0791 799 998. Parastatal Africa, giving your business a helping hand to greater heights. Parastatal TV, promoting the role of state corporations.
Hello and thank you for tuning in to Parastatal TV. You are watching The Frontline. I am Mogure Kamau. Now today I am honored to meet the Cabinet Secretary in one of the key sectors in our country. He happens to have been a practicing lawyer for 20 years, having served both locally and internationally. He is the President's best choice for the Irrigation and Water Ministry. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's an honor to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
We are honored. Now straight to the point, El Nino will be coming to Kenya. It's no longer a rumor now. So, and the government will need around 15.5 billion shillings to cater for the emergence that comes with the rains. How is the ministry prepared?
We are actually part of the multi-agency team that have been set up under the chairmanship of His Excellency the Deputy President. We have also included other ministries, the Ministry of Transport, to ensure that our infrastructure, if affected, is intact or it is rehabilitated. And, we have also included the Ministry of Interior for purposes of movement of populations where it's necessary to avoid displacement of the people by floods. We also have the Ministry of Defense that will be involved in supplying personnel and equipment to help alongside the Ministry of Devolution that will be giving us the National Youth Service personnel and equipment also, particularly to desilt dams. This would increase storage for the excess water that we expect from harvesting from the El Nino rains. So all these ministries are working together. We are also, as national government, working closely with county governments, and on the national steering team, we have had governors represented by their chairman, Governor Munya. We've also had Governor Gashagwa from Nyeri, and we've had a roundtable meeting, national government with the county governments, with development partners, as well as private sector. So we have a multi-pronged approach that cuts across all sectors to deal with this situation. What we're saying is that El Nino is not a rumor. It is coming. We are already seeing the signs of unusual rain, and these rains will get unusually heavy as we go into towards the end of this month and mid next month. The experts have told us that that will be the peak. So we are all working together, and we need all hands on deck to ensure we cope with this situation. So all we want to do is to assure Kenyans that as national government, in partnership with county governments and our development partners, we have a plan and we have programs already put in place. Speaking for my ministry, we have already started strengthening dikes, particularly in flood-prone areas. Last week I was in Kisumu County, and with Governor Ranguma we went round a Hero irrigation scheme. We went through Nyando and even met Mama Serikali Saidia all the way to her home. We are putting up dikes along River Nyando. This will stop the river bursting its banks and actually affecting the people as it has done year in, year out. In Budalangi also, we were able to tour Busia with Governor Ojamo, and we are already raising and strengthening dikes along River Nzoia. That is where we normally have problems. We are also, through National Water Corporation, setting up check dams in Narok. And apart from that, through the National Irrigation Board also, we are looking at excavators going to flood-prone areas like Nyando and Kisumu to ensure that we clear the canals, we do desilting and clear the waterways so that we avoid flooding around the lake. So these are some of the things that we are putting in place now, but we know that the Ministry of Health is also putting in necessary preparations, because when you have excess water, we also have disease outbreaks. So we have the Ministry of Health stocking up drugs and preparing to counter any situation that could arise. Equally, our counterparts in the education sector are also preparing, because most likely schools could be affected, some classrooms could come down, and we are all working together. So these are the preparations we have put in place. But our prayer is that it will not be as severe as it was in 1997 when we lost lives, we lost property worth billions. And all we are telling Kenyans that wherever you are, please remain alert. If there's something you can do to move from a risk area, please do so. And we also expect landslides apart from floods. And this has happened around Mount Elgon, it has happened in areas like Muranga. So those living on the slopes should also take care. Thank you.
Okay, now away from that, the ministry has come up with a review of the water bill. What really inspired this review, and what impact is it going to have?
First of all, we haven't had major reforms in the water sector for many years, until 2002, when we had the current water bill passed. And it is this bill that actually brought huge reforms in the water sector. And the water sector reforms that this country has experienced for the last 10 years have been phenomenal in transforming this sector, in separating the issue of regulation from the issue of management, and ring fencing actually water finances that previously were under municipal councils, and there was a lot of mismanagement of the funding. This in itself boosted donor confidence in the water sector, and we saw a serious rise in terms of financing in the water sector. We used to have a budget of about 4 billion then, but by now we are talking about 40 billion. So this has grown because of the reforms that have been put in place. But as we speak now, we need further reforms in the water sector. And the current bill that the National Assembly has passed is before the Senate now. It is a vital piece of legislation for the sector, because it is really the legislation that will align the water sector to the current constitution. So we are asking the Senate, just the way the National Assembly under the leadership of Honorable Amina prioritize the water bill. We are hoping the Senate will also prioritize it. We know that the bill has already gone through the first reading. It has been tabled before the Senate, and it's undergoing public participation so that we get the input of Kenyans. It is a very vital bill. It will transform the water sector. It is the bill that is going to create new institutions. And of importance is really the Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. We haven't had an authority specifically for water harvesting. For a long time we haven't had a water harvesting policy. But now with El Nino coming, we all know how important water harvesting is, how important water storage is. Kenya being a water scarce country, the excess water we'll get through El Nino should be turned from a risk into a resource. It can turn from a curse into a blessing. So this is why we are asking our legislators, particularly our senators now, to prioritize the water bill. Let's have these new institutions in place. Let us transform the water sector and ensure the realization of the water rights under our new constitution. Thank you.
Now, technology happens to play a very big role when it comes to improvement of services. And in water, we have seen improvement when it comes to like billing of water. What other technology advancements does the ministry have in plan?
I think we have one of the biggest challenges in the ministry is the issue of non-revenue water. We are trying to increase access to water because it is the fundamental duty of the state under Article 21 of our Constitution to ensure access to water for all Kenyans. It's now a constitutional right. It no longer depends on the generosity of the national government or the county government. It's the duty of the state, the national government and the county government, to ensure that we have this access. I believe in increasing access, we must also be accountable for the water that we are able to give to Kenyans. And in some areas, you would find that almost 50% of the water supply is unaccounted for. So this problem of non-revenue water is one of our biggest challenges, and we are partnering with our development partners, particularly countries that are so advanced technologically that we can bring down the problem of non-revenue water from the current almost 50% to like we were in Sweden, and you look at the non-revenue water, it's not beyond 5%. We have counties like Nyeri that are doing very well, that are 20%. But we also have counties like Mombasa that are doing very badly at 48%. Others are at 50%, like in Garissa. So we must use technology to see how we can bring down this issue. And we are partnering now with quite a number of international companies. But also we have our own Kenyans who have the necessary expertise. Giving the example of we have a young man called Martin Nangole who is in charge of ICT at the Nairobi Water Company. He was able to actually introduce through ICT a mechanism that has increased revenues for Nairobi Water by almost 30%. So through technology we can achieve this, and we want to encourage more water companies to use technology to bring down the problem of non-revenue water and other challenges also. We also want to use technology to improve on the quality of water. For a long time we've been relying on chlorine. For the longest, I mean since we were kids, the only thing we use is mixed chlorine in our water. But we know of countries that are using other advanced technologies that purify their water to a level that you can drink water from the tap.
Kenya experiences some water conflict resources. What does the ministry plan to do about that?
I think it is normal, particularly in the arid and semi-arid lands, where you have pastoralists fighting over water. And it is one area that we are addressing very keenly through construction of more dams or more boreholes, so that communities do not have to cross over to other territories in search of water and pasture and bring about conflict. It is very saddening to see the Samburu and the Turkana fighting, or the Turkana and the Pokot fighting over water. So it is our duty also as national government and county governments to work together to ensure provision of water to avoid this kind of conflicts. But apart from the traditional conflicts that have been there, we also have now conflicts between counties, inter-county conflicts. You have the people of Murang'a County asking, why are you taking our water to Nairobi? You have the people of Taita Taveta asking, why are you taking our water to Mombasa? And so on and so forth. You have the people of Marakwet asking, why are you taking our water to Eldoret Town? And we have to work together. And this is where national government comes in to work with county governments. First of all, to make it very clear that water is a national resource. Water services is a devolved function for the county governments. But the water resource and the development of that resource still is a national function. So where we've had such conflicts, we have come in as national government, and we are working very closely with county governments to avoid that inter-county war. First of all, by ensuring that we have more water. We are building more dams. And presently, we have mega dams across the country. In Mombasa, we are developing the Mwache Dam. That will really increase our water storage capacity in Mombasa. We also are working on the Northern Collector Tunnel from Murang'a to Ndakaini. We want to boost the water supply to Nairobi by over 200,000 cubic meters. That will completely close the water deficit problem in Nairobi. Of course, we are dealing with the issues the Murang'a people have raised. And we are looking at Pokot. We have Sioi Dam. It's a mega dam that will actually add a lot of water in Pokot. In Nakuru recently, through the Italian government, the Italian Prime Minister came here and signed with our president a pact where we're going to have Itare Dam in Nakuru. That is going to supply water to over 800,000 residents of Nakuru. So doing all this, we will bring down the conflict. We will, as long as we succeed to give each county more water, counties will stop fighting over water. So the issue really is to increase access in terms of infrastructural development, but also to increase the quality of that water. And this is what we're doing, President. Thank you.
Now, lastly, Bwana Mheshimiwa, you had one of the key dockets. I would love you to look at this camera and give your final words to Kenyans.
I think we want to assure Kenyans that the Kenyan government is committed to the realization of the SDGs, particularly goal number 6 of water and sanitation to all Kenyans by 2030. That I can assure you. We are working day and night, and I'll go to every county. I'll work closely with every county government to ensure realization of this goal. Thank you very much.
That was such a candid conversation with the Cabinet Secretary, Water and Irrigation. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for keeping it Parastatal TV. I am Mugore Kamau. See you next time.